Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone and welcome back. It is time for some more Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² here on the Laurence Plays channel. And why is my keyboard? Oh, it's because I'm a person at the moment. That makes sense. Okay, so hello everyone. Hello Doopy. Hello Regular. Hello Arm. Hello Tempe. And hello, of course, to the people we've got here playing with us. We've got Mike and Tristan on the in chat as well, and we're all going to wander around and make some sort of hideous mess between us. I'm sure. So,
of course, you know.
Hello.
Why would we not make a hideous mess? I mean, yeah, that's what
exactly.
You pay us for.
So yes, we have the. I pay you now. Okay. First I've heard of it.
Hoping. I mean, can't blame the guy for trying.
So we have a to-do list here. What have we got to do? We have to fix this up. Let's work through these in order and just pick off some of the easy ones and then decide what else needs to be done. Hello, Marc. Yes, unfortunately, Marc is not able to join us due to difficulties with internets, shall we say, and not his personal internets, but somebody else's internets. Right. So I want to look down on the where am I even doing this? Let's try and be vaguely organised. Oh yes, down on Talos. Right. So let's switch over to that and down on the planet, and let's get rid of that window because I don't actually need it. Right, so I noticed rather failishly, I didn't put in the there's now this pipe here is filled up basically, and I think it's because when I was doing some updates over here to split the pipe off here, it turned out that I swapped over from a steel pipe to an iron pipe here, or at least at this end, and that's not long enough. So we need to do an upgrade there. However, we don't have enough steel pipes to do that, so I need to do a downgrade there as well. I found this out during the video, which is why I know fairly quickly and easily can sort it out. But that'll be long enough, and when it links up, that will also be long enough, and then the sulfuric acid will be able to drain out, and we'll then be able to start naquifying again over here. So that was a nice easy fix. Oh yes, to do save Mike's ship. You're quite right. That's a Mike problem. I shall let him deal with that one. Meteor. Oh yeah, I need to send.
I mean that ship is just limping back to Cletus asteroid belt.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a couple of streams till it gets there.
Oh dear. You don't fancy trying to do a rescue mission then?
The problem is that you need a particle accelerator to unpack an ion canister.
This is true.
That's not so bad because you don't need thermofluid.
Yeah, so you just turn up, you put down,
Still annoying.
you just park next to the ship,
some...
you put down some spaceship flooring, you put in your particle accelerator, and you pipe it through. It's not too difficult. I say this having done it myself in the past when I screwed up a spaceship.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it can be done. I mean, I'm still out in Melancholia, whatever it is.
Do you want some stuff? I've got some stuff for you.
Yes, please. I was reading the thing about the planetary teleporter.
Boink.
Same surface. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be worth it, really, does it?
No, that was
but
pretty
also
much my
the
impression on it.
intergalactic transceiver.
Okay, your Arca Link storage is now full. Please empty.
Thank you. Yoink, yoink.
Right, there you go. Lay some pipes. There we go. Ship-to-ship transfer is not actually feasible, unfortunately, Tempe, because until you can get a ship to an actual surface, you can't park a ship next to another one. So in this particular case, the whichever one it is it the Deep Space Exploration you've managed to lose? Yes, it is.
It's DSE, yeah.
It's currently not on a surface. It is just out in space, and that means you can't land another ship next to it, which means you can't do ship-to-ship transfer, unfortunately. So yeah, that's not a possibility, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's currently got 7 hours and 51 minutes until it arrives at Cletus asteroid belt 2.
So that's about 3 to 4 streams, given that the game's running at half speed. That's quite a long time.
Yeah, so the only thing that we could do to sort of speed that up, in quotes, without doing a rescue mission, is to leave the game running between streams, but we don't want to do that for other reasons.
I don't like that idea.
Yeah,
no.
I think it's not really
I think either we consider the ship abandoned for a good long time, or we do a rescue mission. Those are basically the two possibilities.
Yeah, I mean it's got 30 Argosphere collectors on it.
That's quite expensive.
And those things are expensive.
Okay, I think you better go on a rescue mission then.
Yeah, all right.
Especially as Marc was asking for somebody to go out and deploy another anchor, so that ship is available. Don't lose that one as well.
Yep, makes sense.
How many mods are we using? Yes, we are using some mods. We have, let's see, if I look at my actual K2SE save here, we're using that many mods. Basically, we're mostly using Space Exploration and K2, but we've added a few other ones in, like Fluid Must Flow, Piccadollies, Module Inserter. There's a few others in there. If you check out the YouTube videos, they have a full list, or at least the first YouTube video has a full list of the mods. Or if you go onto the Discord, you can do a mod command, and and the bot will tell you what they all are. So yes, we are using lots and lots of mods, but I'm not going to list them all.
Yep.
Right. So at some point, I need to start putting the.
That's Kothar. So that's Kothar. It has actually backed up again.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So
maybe no, it's the other way round. It hasn't emptied yet, because the point you saw in the video was probably a good half hour in, and we're currently about 5 minutes in. So remember, I don't save after making the videos, because that's a bit bad idea, and I tend to break things when I'm explaining them.
No comment. But yeah, no, that's fair enough. So I mean, it's there. The ships are moving.
Yeah, there's about 3,000 in the bottom warehouse and 10,000 in the top one. So yeah, as you say, there is definitely some right now. It could just be that we had a sort of a spike in demand for it, and it just got chewed through. But
I think so. It doesn't produce especially fast. I mean, even at the production rate at the moment. Right now, looking at the. Just the last 5 seconds, it's 500 a minute roughly.
Right.
Which it stacks
What's
to...
consumption like? Because I think that's probably more important.
Consumption is 60 a minute. Over the last... Tell you what, let's put it over 10 minutes.
Those numbers do not sound promising.
Well, production is 905 over 10 minutes, or 900 over 10 minutes. Just dropped 903, 4. 900 a minute over 10 minutes. Consumption
it's
is
37 per minute. Yeah, okay.
37. So
That looks sustainable. Yeah.
These two numbers, as a mathematician, I can confirm are subtly different. It is subtle.
Yes. But the one on the left is bigger than the one on the right, so I think in theory we're okay. Although it has trailed off quite a lot. Is that because something's full? About 2.5 minutes ago, it went from being about 900 mumble per minute down to being about 427 per minute.
Let's have a look.
Production has slowed. Oh, maybe it's starting to get back up again.
Slowed. Pourquoi? Why is that? I don't know. It looks like it shouldn't have done.
Well, the graphs don't lie.
True. But numbers are only part of it. Yeah, I mean, look at it. That's flowing pretty fast.
Yeah, only
it
some of
depends,
your furnaces are on, but then I don't know how many
but that's
furnaces
always
are
been the
normally on.
case. It's only ever really the top 20 in the top 2 stacks, 20 or so total.
Yeah, so I don't know. I haven't spent enough time staring at the iridium production recently to have an idea of what it's supposed to be doing. Just that I was, as I say, just going off the graph, which said production has. Oh no, actually, production has spiked back up again.
Spiking right back up again. So in that case,
so something went funny, but who knows what.
Yeah, just looking down at all the things, that's backed up, that's backed up, that's backed up, that's backed up.
Right, so the next thing, one of the next things I need to do is to start squeezing through some more stuff down through this chest here to send it over to Melancholia. So we're going to need meteor defense ammunition and spaceship train batteries, and those are both going to be a little bit weird and awkward because they are both already being brought over to Talos, and that's sort of what makes them awkward. Because over here we have the supply of them available. We only have the train batteries. We don't have meteor defense ammunition yet. So I need to add that one in, put in some guns up here, or at least move the ones that are down on the ground up to here. And then I need to come up with a sensible way to pull out the number that are required down on the ground from here and send them down to the ground. And I don't really want to have an enormous number of... I don't want to have an entire belt full of meteor defense ammo going all the way down to this one, because that feels a bit excessive and a bit wasteful. But I'm not sure what the best way to get all that through without doing that is going to be. So I have to have a bit of a think about that one. It might be the best way is going to be some sort of memory cell based system. So we release a quantity of them from here. They bimble down, are taken round and loaded into the train, and then we deal with that later, or we'll deal with and then deal with the numbers later. It's more complicated. It's the elegant way to do it, but it is also more complicated. And so, I'm not sure which way around I want to do that. I think the more complicated way is probably also going to be the more interesting way. So I guess I'll probably decide to do that one. So yeah, I guess I better get started on that. So in theory, we're going to have a good supply of batteries and of meteor defense ammo up here. At least we are once I start bringing some out. Let's order some meteor defense ammo, and so I'll be able to ship it out without worrying too much about exactly how much I'm shipping around, and the system should keep itself more or less in balance as long as the beryllium ship keeps going back and forth. So let's ask for about 500. I could put them. I could send them down in the beryllium train. That is a possibility. But that would bring them to a slightly awkward place. I don't want to put in a new train because that feels like quitting. I already did that last time for the methane ice, but then that's needed in bulk. But if I bring it down in this train, they'll end up over here and they'll be in these warehouses potentially, and that's a bit less useful. Whereas if they come down and end up in these warehouses, then I can just pull them straight out of here, send them up round and into the sendermatron over here. So I think that's probably a better way to do it, but I'm not sure. So I think what I'm going to do... thanks for the resub, Frugal. Much appreciated. 7 months, nice. And yes, paid for by Bezos. Excellent. So what I think I'll do is I'll have a belt that feeds down from the other end. Right. Let's start placing these things, or at least sketching them in, so we know. So I've got a doodle on the ground, so I can tell what's going on. So I would like to have a piece of scaffolding that will go from, let's go from there all the way down here like this, and across here to somewhere over here, and then try and work out where I want it to go. Right, so it's this one here. So I think I'm going to have this come to about, yeah, if I have it come out here, like this, then I can feed it straight into this wagon from the other side, which I think makes a kind of weird sense. And I can do the same with batteries from here, and I can count those in, wire it all up, put it onto a signal transmitter, and send it as yes, it'll have to be a transmitter, and then have a memory cell on the ground that will count them being put in at that end, and then count them out at the other end and pass them straight through. I think that should work. So the number in the no, it won't. Not quite the way I was thinking. So what I was thinking was that I would link that up with the signal that's coming across from Melancholia, this one, and send them down as they're required, and they'd be counted out at the other end. That won't actually work though, because there'll be a little bit of lag as they get passed through. Unless I then put in a thing at the other end that sends signals back. No, well, then the counting will be. No, it won't work either. I think what I'll have to do is have a stockpile of them down here, and then feed them out in this sort of from a chest down here. Feed them out in this sort of way as they're required. So we'll so I'm also going to need another belt system down here, and I can use a blue loader down here for this one. I'll put it in. Let's put it there, so there's a bit more room to play with, and that can go through under there as well. And then I want this to come through to about here. So I guess I'll come across underneath this belt, because why not? So it comes up here like this, and then one more under all of this, over to about here. Then we come down across here like that. Right, so yeah, that's going to allow me to pass that pass all of those things through, because when the loader gets placed over here, actually let's flip that round for now so it doesn't unload random stuff out of here. Yep, thank you, Doobie. Exactly what I was thinking. Well, yep. So we don't just empty the warehouse around that way. That'd be bad. It's not the end of the world, Mark. No, but I would like it to. I'd like to have some stockpiled for the guns up in space, and I feel like I might as well try and be a little bit neater about it. Ooh, I can hear an ice cream van. So let's try and do things sort of properly, sort of. I'll need another loader at the other end, because I'm going to put this into a box over here for storage. Here, I guess, and that can go into a box like that. And then we'll feed both things out from there. Like this, under there, and into there. There we go. So that's the belting, and then now it's just no, it's not. That's all the belts I need down here. I just need to do the tricky part, that is all of the circuitry now. Yes, we're now serving naquium with ice cream included, because we feel it'd be a bit tastier that way. Right, back up in orbit. Has any of this been placed? No, of course not. We don't have any scaffolding, because nobody has any scaffolding. I've got some in my pockets though, so that'll do. So I fly over here like this. I'll put the scaffolding down first, and then I'll come back and do the belts and the cabling afterwards, because this part's easy. So it's not. I feel it's nice to do the easy part first and get it just sort of sorted out, and then come back and think and do the part that actually requires thinking in one go, when I'm not distracted by flying around trying to place a load of scaffolding. So up here, a bit more. Right. Fine. Clear off then. So over here, we're going to have another one of these, like that. We're also going to, I can't turn it around yet. We're going to have a piece of belt going into it, like that, and apparently have some more ice cream. Hooray! This belt can then come down here and across this way. We had at one of my previous jobs, we had a van that would turn up to sell us all everyone in the industrial estate sandwiches, and it played a jingle much like an ice cream van does. But the interesting thing about it was they picked different music depending on the time of year. So in the winter, I think it was Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head, and then in the summer they played The Sun Has Got His Hat On, which felt quite like it had at least had a bit of theme going on, which was quite nice.
Have you got Holmian cable supplied to Talos? Yes, Talos on your list.
Yes. Do you need some?
Excellent. I mean, I personally not so much. It would be helpful. I flipped that belt round so that now the crushed naquium is being pulled through from the archosphere area. So that now moves, but the production is just stopped on powder, which is stopped on Holmian cable.
So Talos has run out of holmium cable for making naquium.
Yes.
Okay, I see. Fair enough.
I was just having a quick look at the other end to see if I could see anywhere obvious where it was being brought down.
It comes down in the train that brings absolutely everything else down.
No worries. I mean, I can't see it in orbit.
Yeah, there is problems with the naquium supply. Sorry, the holmium supply at the moment, which Tristan's I think has basically fixed, but it hasn't filtered its way all the way through yet.
Takes time. No worries. Fair enough.
All right. Have I made that wide enough to put guns into? Probably not, but we'll find out in a second. Why do we use ion stream rather than antimatter? Because these ships are all fairly old. They've been around for longer than we've had antimatter available. Some of our more modern ships do use antimatter, but the older ones that have just been around. That won't work. Have been around for ages. We haven't bothered to upgrade them, and so that means all of the infrastructure over in Norbit is based around ion stream. So upgrading them would be an effort, should we say? It's not the end of the world. I mean, it's something we could do, but so far it's not really felt worth upgrading the ships because they work as they are, and yes, they'd be a little bit faster if we upgraded them to antimatter, but I don't think it hasn't felt worth it yet, essentially. Right, so you're going to be what's namey ammo. Do that one. Flip you around. No, don't flip you around. Flip you around. Excellent. And now we'll need a long inserter here to actually load these guns up. I think that should reach. Yeah, there's a square there and a square there. So that'll keep that once I've put these guns in, that'll have them loaded. Now, what we also need to do here is work out how on earth I'm going to set up the pass-through system for all of the to count the stuff in and out. Is that? I'm going to have a look at that pylon substation in a minute because there was one that was a bit that was causing some minor issues, wasn't there? Do I have any more scaffolding? Probably not. Do I have any more meteor guns? Probably not. I do have some more belts though, so let's take a couple more of those because that's always useful. And in fact, let's take a load of these blue belts and some more of those because I'm going to need those down on the ground. Let's go and have a quick look at that. But that pylon, since someone's pointed it out, spaceship, bonk. Oh yeah, that one's in the wrong place. Let's remove that. And are you powered by anything? Yes, you're linked to there. That's probably okay. No, it's not. If I remove that and put it there, then that works nicely. It's not powering these inserters up here, but it is powering things that are meant to be powered, like this inserter and all of these guns. Good, thank you for pointing that out. In fact, you know what? Let's pull up all of this. Go bots, go. Because I don't need any of that, and that'll allow me to, either put in more guns or put in the transmitter or the receiver or whatever I'm going to need along here to do the memory cell system. All right, so grab that. I think this is going to need to be a receiver up here, isn't it? Yeah. So we'll have a receiver here, so we know what's been shipped in and out. Or so we know when to ship in and out, rather. Do I have a receiver in my pockets? No, I have 3 transmitters and no receivers. I might have one somewhere around though, so let's put down some scaffolding if I've got enough. Receivers are fairly big, so let's put down that much. If I flip over to navsat mode, do I have a signal receiver? Have I left enough space? I've left enough space. I'll put one there. Is that going to be brought over? Probably not. No, that'd be far too easy. Okay, so let's go down to the ground, see if there's any signal receivers down there, and build up some belts as well, and start carrying on with the other half of this. And this is going to be a little bit awkward, because I'm going to have to think my way through this live, rather than actually being able to just sort of close my eyes and scratch my head a bit. But we'll muddle through, I'm sure. So, belts over here, right, like this. Blah, 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 blah. Right, you, we rotate you so we can set your filters. You are going to be sending out meteor ammunition, which is that one, and also, what's the other thing? Oh yes, train batteries. Yeah, train batteries, which is, I don't know. Has a different name. Power supply cell? Oh, there we go. Space train power pack. Right, so we can now flip that back around again. Oh, I don't have any underground blue belts. Do I have any underground belts of anything faster than blue? I've got, or longer than blue. I've got purple ones I'll have to do. There we go. Right, so any of those that come down here, that'll start working. I don't know if Mike has grabbed the Nexus yet.
Not quite, because I am putting some extra things into the ship before I take it out. There is logic behind this madness, don't worry, Mark. I'm not trying to scare you, that's a happy side effect.
Oh, more purple undergrounds needed up here, I guess. Like that. There we go. And then, oh, and here as well. Oh. It feels like a bit of a waste using purple undergrounds when I don't actually need that much speed, but I don't have blue underground belts, so I guess that's what we're getting. Right, and then along here, we'll set you to...
Put the chests on the scaffolding to grab the crunch the next second.
What am I trying to find here? I've completely forgotten. Oh yes, space train power packs, like that. And then on this one, we'll put in the ammunition for the meteor defences, like that. And then I can run a cable from over here.
I'm going to need your help with this. I need to ask Mark if he means copy this bunch of chests onto the scaffolding just to the right.
Yes, he does, because then probably not the ones across the top. Well, actually, no, probably the ones across the top as well, because then you'll get a request of all of the bits and pieces that need to go into the ship for it to do another load as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mark wants to be able to switch screens between different players.
So what I'm hearing is that Mark is asking for me to start streaming.
Apparently so, yeah.
Oh yes, okay, that is done.
How long can I make this cable? There.
Sorry, thank you very much, team. Appreciate it.
There. Right, and then you just run all the time. You just run all the time. There we go. Okay, so now over here I can set these ones to run when the meteor defense ammo is less than 0, and when the space train power packs, wherever they are, down there, is less than 0. So that'll mean whenever Mike starts requesting them from up here, we'll send a few through. We also need to have another cable in over here, but that'll have to go into a signal transmitter, which is a thing that conveniently I have. So I can put down one of these here, and we'll call this I don't know, Arco to Melon sushi. There's some words. Those are definitely words. That's a good point. We don't have any way of handling the dead battery packs at this point. Either Mike stockpiles them. Oh no, Mike probably has to just crush them. I assume you can pulverize them, because there isn't any way to bring them back.
Given that there's going to be a very small trickle of them, I was tempted to just bleed them back through the arca chest and let you deal with them.
Oh, you're too kind.
Thank you. I am too kind. I know.
I guess to be fair, I could do that. I would just have them only come out of one of the loaders and then pipe that away to some kind of disposal belt.
I would put them in the. Well, you put them in the junk going back up to orbit.
Yeah, but that's miles away.
Yeah.
Probably easier. Yeah, I could mark belt it, or I could put them in with the naquium. And then have them filtered out at the other end like the steel plates are. That's probably easier.
You'd have a yellow mark belt, so it takes 3 days to reach there, but eventually make it.
Yes, this is a thing that could theoretically be done. You're not wrong.
This Nexus ship has no roboports on it.
it doesn't need them for its normal job.
That means it's got to come and pick me up first.
Yes, its normal job involves having a person.
No, its normal job doesn't require building anything.
Ooh, interesting thought.
Oh, does it not? I thought that was
idea.
how Mark was building all of the anchors with that ship.
That's not its normal job.
Oh,
I
I see what you mean.
The DSE is technically still inside the spatial distortion, yeah?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But the spatial distortion is equidistant from everywhere, yeah?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't need to fly all the way into Fenestra, do I?
No. You just need to fly to the ship. You can set a ship as a destination.
Yeah, but what I mean is that if we were to permanently anchor a tiny little ship, one unit inside the spatial distortion, could you effectively bypass the need to go via Fenestra?
Oh, I see.
I don't know what. I suspect if you turn round partway to Fenestra, which is essentially what you're doing at that point, it wouldn't work. But I don't know.
Be interesting to try though, because that is a an unexplored what's the name?
For science, do you think it will destroy the ship? I only ask because it's not my ship that's going to go and make this scientific.
It won't destroy the ship. It just might not be as close as you want it to be.
Oh, it doesn't need to know that.
Worst case, the ship might go somewhere silly.
I mean, in fairness, the whole thing is very silly anyway.
True. I will not disagree. Right, up here. Now I can place this signal receiver like that. Boink. And then over here, right, so now I need to try and remember how to set up a sushi system. So let's see, the idea is that down on the ground, we flick down and have a look over there. So down here, no, not here, down over here, we set this up to read belt content as a pulse. So this will tell me everything that comes through here, and we'll put it onto this transmitter. So at the other end, we need to monitor for that. Well, we obviously need to monitor for that signal, which is they're not in order anymore. I gave it a silly. Oh, here, Arca to melon sushi. There we go. That's the one. Melon sushi, delicious. So we'll get the signal coming up here. So this will ping every time a thing gets put into the system down at the bottom. So we're going to need to negate that in order to have, and then add on whatever gets put in from here. And then if this is ever less than 0, then we put more stuff. Then we pass more stuff through. Right. So let us put in some more scaffolding first. So I've got somewhere to put all of my combinatorializers. So over here we will have. Please tell me I've got some combinator. Where are they? Yes, I have. Arithmetic combinator. So that's going to multiply by -1. That one's going to keep a memory. And then we're going to need to feed in an initial sort of starting signal somehow, possibly by chucking some on the. No, if I chuck some on there, then they'll go down to the bottom. They'll be counted out, and it'll try and put more in, and that'll mean there'll always be that many on the belt. Wait, I don't want to count them out here. No, I've put this in the wrong place. I've connected this up in the wrong place. I'll fix that in a moment. So up here, I need to have the signal coming out of there and going into that one, and then going from there to there, and from there to there, and also to there. This is, and I need to have that going across there like that. So there's my memory cell. This one is going to multiply everything by -1. This is going, and then output everything.
That's bracket, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. And then this one is going to add 0 to everything and output everything, and that's my logic for my memory cell. And then up here we say if this is going to be meteor ammo. So if meteor ammo is less than 0, then we'll feed it in. And that will mean if I dump some on here, they'll be subtracted when they get to the other end, which will take it down, and they'll be added on here. So that will keep a certain number in the system all the time, which is what I want. So that's good. So that's correct. And then this one is not going to enable disable. It's going to read the belt contents as a pulse, so that'll add them in onto here. Right, excellent. Yeah, I think yes, that feels right. I then also need to run a cable all the way down to here somewhere, and do exactly the same thing with have this inserter enable when it's less than 0, and also ping the numbers back out whenever they're seen. So let's see if we can wire that in. I don't think I'm adding them in twice. I think I'm adding them in once and subtracting them once. Oh, less than the amount that should be in the sushi system. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that would save me having to load some in by hand. So that's an excellent improvement, Mark. Thank you. I shall make that. I shall do that. I can feed the cable signal round. Could feed the signal all the way around here and up here, and then to. No, I can't go to this one because that's already doing stuff. So let's put another link in over here, just because that's easy. I shall have to fly over to place that. Plus, oh, alright, I'll do it. I see what that wasn't happening. Yeah, so I'll update that. Yeah, you're quite right, Mark. I shall update it in a moment for your correction there. So stick the guy there. Right, back over to running cables. So up here, I want to run a cable from. I need to get it onto this one, which is too far away. Grumble and other similar noises. How do I link that to there? I don't. I guess this part can hoppity skip along a belt then. I don't really like doing this of the bouncing along a belt connection thing, but sometimes it's easier than putting in pylons in the relevant places, especially when the right sort of especially if I. Oh, actually, no. Hang on. Let's not do that. Let's get rid of all that. Let's just put in a. If I'm assuming I've got one. I haven't. I was hoping I was going to have one of the big electric poles, but I don't have one. Okay. In that case, I'm going to run the cable along the belt because that's the only way to do it. Right. So it goes there to there. There. There, nope, there. There. And then to there. And then from here we can then follow this one down all the way down to put it into the main all the way over to that inserter I was playing with earlier. So that goes there. It's a bit of a silly route, but this is the way the cables go.
So you can indeed bounce anywhere inside the spatial anomaly. And it just turns it around. So
okay, that could be
ideally, then you would park a ship inside the spatial distortion for your personal flying, acting as effectively a navigational buoy. And thus you can make the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs.
Excellent.
That's actually quite exciting to know.
Yeah.
Why is it saying it's going to take 30 minutes? Oh, that's falling away.
You're in the anomaly, so time is
meaningless.
It's a bit complicated. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Time is an illusion. Right, so you're not to enable disable. Over here, similarly up here, all of these are to. Oh, I should have done copy paste. Enable disable. Bing, 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 bing. No, those are correct. No, it probably doesn't need to be powered. It just needs to be a spaceship. I think. Is it?
No, you don't need to be powered to navigate to it.
Oh yeah, you're right to put that in the wrong place.
Oh, no, that didn't seem to work. It's dumped it back out in Kalidas.
So that was what Tristan was suspecting would happen then.
Yeah. Oh well.
Enabled.
Yeah, you can definitely turn round while you're going in.
It's less than. Let's try to have 100 down there.
I was hoping that it was going to work in that it sort of magically teleported you at that point rather than remembering.
No, yeah, I suspect you're at the Kalidas point until you reach Fenestra, and then you go right now. I'm at the Fenestra point, and the distance applies to that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think. Otherwise, it would be a bit too much of a exploit.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm mildly curious if you go to Fenestra and then you start going to say Stardust, and then you change your mind halfway out and switch to Kalidas. do you appear out in stardust when you emerge from the anomaly?
That I don't know.
I could see that going either way, but that's a slightly more difficult thing to test. Or slightly more time-consuming thing to test, rather.
I'm a little unwilling to burn through all of this antimatter testing it as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's reasonable. Right, so actually instead I want to read from over there, and I don't want to have a connection in there. So this way we will stockpile, in theory, we will stockpile 100 of each type of, each of these two things in this chest here, and then when they're required, they will be allowed to go past here. They'll be counted out of the system here, which will allow more to come through, and then they'll be passed through and sent over to Mike. Hello, Peter. Welcome. No storm. Excellent. So second and a quarter stream latency does sound quite impressive. Although I imagine that there's I presume that's just between you and YouTube, not between me and you, because that seems a bit too optimistic. Oh, I missed a belt out there, underground there. Yeah, seems a little unrealistically good. Of course, none of this actually needs to be blue belts, does it? So if I use the upgrade planner and say no. I'll drop these down. I drop these down all the way to red belts, and then I'll save an enormous. Will that go to a red? No. Can't put it to blue. In fact, yeah. So that okay. So that one has to be purple. The rest of them are okay. Well, actually, no. Let's downgrade this one as well to red. And probably that might not make it with a red belt. Anyway, that's going to save me a few purple belts here and there. So I think that should work. Once we have a supply of both of those things coming over in the next spaceship, we should be able to feed them to wherever we want. The next thing to do is come down here, grab these guns, and take them back up to space. So let's do that. Ooh, I don't want to go this way. I want to go this way. In fact, we should have. Yes, there we go. There's some train power packs in there now. They have been loaded over by the inserter automatically, and we've got 60, 80, 100 of them. Yes, it worked. So there's 100 power packs have been put into this train for it to then take away. Lovely. So I can write this down here, and now what was it? Oh yes, it's the meteor defense guns over here. Yes, we'll just get irradiated slightly on the way through, and grab 1, 2, 3. Oh, the inserter's gone nuts. Stop it! Stop it! Grab all of this. I suppose in theory I should probably bring all of the meteor defense ammo up with me as well. That's all the meteor defense ammo that's stockpiled in the in this chest. What do you? Yeah, all of you. What are you doing? You apparently have an advanced chemical plant. Sure, I wouldn't like to say why. So now back up here. That's not an elevator, Laurence. That's a core mining drill. They're both kind of orange, so you can see how I made the mistake. Alright, right. Did I not do that? I thought I did that. You're probably right. I shall check that in a moment. I could also do with a little bit more scaffolding. I shall have to go out and steal little bits of it from here and there, just to get get all this up and running. So I can chuck all of that in here like that, and then some of it will be like, yeah, so we're pouring through. Should be 100 should pour through, and then it should stop like that. And now this inserter can grab all of the ammo we need out of here and put it into the gun. So we will have. So we're loading both from here, which is exactly what I wanted to do. Let's go and check that. Check whether I've got a thing working properly down on the ground. So down here, we'd be lucky if we're up at 12 science per minute, let alone 12,000. So down here, yes, I programmed this one to pass them through. So when the train brings them in, we should get them flowing through nicely along here and coming to here. Apparently the train that I've just loaded up with them up in orbit has not come down yet, which seems reasonable because I can't see it. So we haven't had those batteries dropped off down here yet. Whether we will or not before the meteor defense ammo arrives, I'm not sure. These ones will then be triggered by Mike. So we shall see. So looking at the other end, the opposite end. Yeah, okay, yeah. The train's still there and it's still loading up. The meteor defense batteries have already all flowed through. Excellent. So they've all gone in here as well. No, where's the meteor defense? Oh, there it is. It's still on the belt. Okay, fair enough. Oh, did it? Okay, well, I'll tidy that up at some point. So here we go. Here comes the ammo. But the train's gone. But still, the proof of concept is working quite nicely. I have no worries that these won't make it into the next train. So maybe I can. Oh yeah, one vitalic reagent has made it over here. If I do that, wait for a bot to grab it, because there's no cables going to there, and then undo. Then we'll get the chest back at some point. I suppose there's 2 bots there, but you know, whatever. Right, so train is here unloading. The batteries will eventually come out of it. Yeah, eventually, once all this methane ice has been unloaded. That's the there's lots of that. So looks like it's flowing the wrong way. There we go. That was the first pack of battery thing. Train power packs. They come around here. Eventually they'll get around here, and there you have. So I think the system is probably working. Next question is Mike requesting any train power packs? And we can't tell at the moment. I need to put in a pylon for that. So let's put in one of these here.
I don't think so right this second. Give me a moment.
Okay. Well, when you are ready, in theory, you can start requesting them, and they should arrive, but it'll be a little while because there's a bit of construction and stuff needed to be done first. But in theory, I've got it set up so they should just show up.
Okay. I am now requesting them.
Cool. Oh yeah, the light has gone green. You can also try requesting meteor defense ammo. You won't get any for a little bit longer, but again, all of the cabling and everything is in there, so that should be delivered when you're ready for it.
Okay, thank you. That's it. That's all I can request. The 5 items.
That's all I think we reckoned that was all. That was all you needed, and it was just happened to be convenient. It was right.
In fairness, yeah. So I'm now requesting all 5. I had quite a lot already, so I assume that a lot of meteorite defense ammo had already come through.
No, I suspect you took a lot with you.
I mean, in fairness, that does sound like me.
Hmm.
It's the sort of thing that I get quite risk averse about.
Yeah. So I think you took a load over. So this is just there to top you up as and when required.
Yeah.
So actually, in that case, assuming you trust the system I've set up, you don't really need to request any for a good while.
Well, it's requested anyway. It's all set up.
Oh, so sorry. You can set. You said you'll set up a request, but it won't actually need to be fulfilled for a while because you've got a supply already.
Exactly. Yes.
And I'm going to just sneak around here, trimming off little bits of scaffolding to finish that off. Assuming this area hasn't already been fully trimmed in that sort of way. All these sort of little stupid bits like that, and that. And I should make a what's the name? A deconstruction planner that is just scaffolding. Ha! So there we go. The one of my naquitite ships just departed, and immediately another one appeared because we have quite a few of them queued up. However, I'm hoping I'll go and have a look at this in a minute to find out whether I'm right or not, or whether I'm just being overly optimistic. I'm hoping that once we now have everything fixed up, so that we will start to churn through the naquitite a lot quicker than we were before, and we will soon not have enough being brought in by these spaceships, and therefore, which is why we're going to need the supply that Mike has been producing, always is sending over through the Arcolink. But we shall go and check on that in a moment. Right, there we go. At the moment, as you can see, the trains aren't flowing. Well, the trains are flowing. One has just gone down to take all of that naquitite which is acquired. Do I have any more? No, I mean, there's. Oh, here comes some bots with a bit more. Are they going? Is that going to be enough? Can I paste the rest of it? Nope. It's just going to be a smattering. Alright, there's a load over here. I could nick that. No, don't place more. Oh, I see what's going on. Right, pull up all of that, please. And don't place more. That's probably enough. Well, this is a bit silly now. We'll worry about that another time, though. So now that should be sufficient for me to come back up here and then put in the rest of the meteor defense guns, which is the whole point of what I'm trying to do at the moment. So now I can paste that in again here, like that. A silly thing is I don't actually need that strip across the top, so let's get rid of that as well. The other silly thing is that I've also run out of meteor defense guns. Fine, you can have some ammo like that. That was enough when they were down on the ground. It's not the full 40 mumble that we tried to have in other places, but yeah. No, not power issues on Talos, actually, Peter. That's just I wanted the meteor defense guns, and I don't really have very much scaffolding left, so I was just going around nicking little bits of it from here and there until I had enough. Okay, so over here, how are you guys getting on? Well, you're clearly running. There is a flood of a trickle of naquium coming out there. That's good. This belt also has naquium on it. That is also good. So it looks like these systems are both currently working, and we have the naquium is being produced at the rate we would like it to be produced at. So that's good, and that means over here we have 2 purple belts worth of. We have a bit of a shortage of crushed naquitite. Where's the train? Where's the naquitite train? Oh, here it comes. Interesting. I'm slightly surprised and horrified to discover that we're unloading this faster than we can bring it down.
That train did look like it was moving rather slowly.
It
You may
did.
want to take over boosting stuff.
It doesn't have any boost stuff in it. Yeah, yeah, that would help certainly. The other possibility is to put in another train, but then I'd need stackers at both ends.
And you're saying you're thrown by the... How many is it in? 8 in to 3 out. Oh no, that's another in. 9 in to 3 out?
What are you talking about?
You got 9 green going in at 60 items a second.
Yeah, and
And
two
then
two purples coming out.
90 a second from 60 a second, rather than 60 a second, so it's only 50% faster.
Yes.
And you were saying you were confused about why it was backing up? Or did
No,
I
it had run out, and that was a concern.
Oh, sorry, beg pardon. I misheard.
The train is not bringing enough down anymore. When it was 1 purple belt's worth flowing out all the time, the train seemed to be sufficient. But now it's not. It isn't. But then, to be fair, at the other end, it's not going to be sufficient either, because we've only got 1 purple belt's worth being put into the trains, into the whole logistics system coming over here for the spaceships. So it would run out eventually, which is why I'm relying on the stuff coming out of the Arcolink system for the other purple belt's worth. And we don't have that
sorry,
yet.
I misheard you.
Okay.
In fairness, that's doubly on me because I wasn't listening, which does explain it.
Yeah.
I was too busy trying to work out.
Oh, and there we go, and it's run out of the crushed naquitite again. So yes, the train is not sufficient for keeping the system satiated. That way. Another train would be is certainly a possibility, and up here, yeah, you can see. Actually, amusingly, I guess the problem is the methane ice. Oh no, it's not. It's leaving as soon as it's filled up with naquitite, whether the methane ice has all been grabbed or not. Okay, the problem is not the methane ice. I could upgrade the belts, the unloading belts down here. That's certainly a thing, and that would speed things up a little bit. I could bring over one of Tristan's speed up systems. That would also help quite a lot. I
think part of the problem, I've been playing a load of vanilla, so the trains running at half speed and not on rocket fuel feel really slow.
Yeah.
In comparison.
Yeah. Don't want to upgrade the pipes. Well, that's a construction planner that's trying to upgrade it. Do we have any of that stuff? No. Although actually, I probably have a lot of it in my inventory. So let's nip down and do that fix, because that's no, it's not that way. This way down here. Yeah, another train would work. However, no, another train wouldn't work because because the other train would jam up the system because there isn't anywhere for a secondary train to wait. And so as soon as there is enough of anything, we would have problems. Hey, look, there are some purple. Oh, these are not logistics buildings. That's why it didn't build when I expected it to. Those should be logistics buildings, really. Okay, well, I'll see what I can do out of my pockets. It's not an it's not going to be an enormous help, but it's definitely going to be a step in the right direction. Unloading the train 50% quicker is going to help, just not quite as much as I would like it to.
Were you saying Kothar's running fine, Mike?
It looked it.
Because we're currently out.
It's a few minutes since I last looked. Let's have a look again. Yeah, so here it's backed right up into the station. So it's logistics-wise. Actually, in fairness, I looked in orbit. The problem is here, where I'm not 100% sure why, but it looks like you've got backing up because there are a couple of...
There's too many cables.
Too many cables.
Which is kind of ironic. Did not expect that to be an issue.
Oh, you do have quite a lot of them being stockpiled up here in boxes, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just going to cut that request by quite a lot.
How many are you requesting?
It was 1,000. I dropped to 400.
Oh, that's...
But I got 2 ships doing the thing, so it's quite possible.
But even so, you have more than 3,000. You have almost 4,000 cables. I think you've screwed up somewhere.
So something has screwed up somewhere, but I don't know how or where.
Yes.
Could you have had a brownout at one point?
It's requesting a fire negative.
Yes, but
it's possible I had a brownout.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think I did.
Not
But it's possible.
No, that messes up the spaceport. It doesn't mess up that request. So.
Ah, good. Got the meteor defense ammo in there. That's excellent. So that will be shipped over now in the future.
So yeah, that means that because it's one train that's doing both the up and the down is sort of around robin, it's then just being slow to load. So that's throttling the throughput.
Why did those empty quicker? There's some weird edge case thing going on there. Apparently, a loader going into a loader is faster than a loader going into a belt into a loader. That's very strange. Yeah, so the train here is indeed the bottleneck, but that's because we're trying to take twice as much out of this system as the train is designed to bring down. So we've now got 2 of these naquium processing facilities down here, both pulling out of the same train, when in theory the train is only supposed to be able to bring down enough for one naquium processing facility, and the naquitite for the other one is supposed to come through the Arcolink chest. However, Mike is still working on the supply at the other end for the Arcolink system, so we're only getting a dribble through. Once we've got 4 solid belts coming through here, then we will have enough that the system should just work, TM.
That's kind of I've compacted it as much as possible, and it's not quite enough. So that...
Oh yeah,
the backup there.
That's you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not quite enough to let it through.
Let's fix that.
Yeah, I was doing some compacting stuff earlier as well.
Oh.
See if I could.
You do have 860 in here, which is going to potentially...
Yeah.
Do I have any logistics?
I think this needs another box up there.
Yeah, problem is I've got no box or anything to do that with, so...
it's a visit out there.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think if I can do anything clever like a quick flip and flip back again of the splitters, but I'm also a little nervous that will start dumping stuff in the wrong place.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I was doing with the belts, rotating.
Yeah, I did that bit of stuff
here as well.
So I can do fixes as required.
So I've just sort of sent the train on a couple of loops around without picking anything up.
Yeah.
Space pipe, steel pipe. Can have a steel pipe, I suppose.
Maybe
really
put
useful, but
that's not going to be a place where it ever wants to wait. So maybe put an
has a
timeout on it.
Oh, an absolute.
Yeah. The problem was it was slowly loading. So if it takes 30 seconds to fully load,
are there any
full rate
purple belts?
Then it might as well leave after 30 seconds, even if it's not full.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're quite right. These purple belts, these green belts down here are going to mean that it can't unload this as quickly as it loads and unloads the rest of it. So what I'm going to do there, I'm going to use purple underground because I've got them. But once this has flowed through like that, I can put that from there to actually probably to here. No, not quite to here. To here anyway. There we go. So now we'll be able to unload that as fast as it gets loaded up. Okay. Were there power problems? I hope we don't get power problems out here. We seem to be all right now, but
So people are aware someone is
flat
sending
spot there.
signals on the default channel.
what sort of signals?
Cable and elevator cable and train batteries.
That's possibly. I mean, that it's possible that's Talos. It seems relatively unlikely, but it's possible. So I'll check. That's not Talos. That's not Talorbit. So I'll check just to make sure, because I've just upgraded that to be those two. Nope, that's Talos supply request. Not me. At least not me right here. Right. How am I getting on? Right. I think that's all done. So as someone was saying, as Regular was saying, how is the vulcanite doing? That is indeed a question. Let's go and have a look at Agneia. So over on Agneia, the vulcanite is being produced. There is certainly some of it, and this seems to be running at the sort of speed we expected. Oh, there's a bit of a problem here with supply. Yes, I think I was going to come out here and do a lot of belt upgrades, module upgrades, and possibly put in some more trains as well. I think, because ideally I'd like to have all of my stations completely full of trains, at least sometimes, because I think we have a plentiful supply of vulcanite being dug up. As you can see down here, this station is half full enough, and then over here we've got presumably oodles. Yeah, we've got oodles over here, so we can put it and over here as well. So I can definitely put in some more trains and get that all flowing a bit quicker. And then yes, more upgrading of maybe not so much on the ones that are being fed by the core processing, because as far as I'm aware, we are using up the core chunks as fast as they're being dug up. Seems like we are. Yeah, there is a nearly empty warehouse here, so that looks like it. So I think we probably won't upgrade these two sets, but all of these ones over here, I want to upgrade all of their belts and all of their modules, and then they'll run much more quickly. So I think that's very worth doing. So what I'm going to do is have a Marc is possibly wonder whether Marc's joining us or not. It sounds like he sort of isn't.
Oh, it's dipping in, dipping out, wasn't it? It's
very much. So we have pulverizers, which I want to put in. I want to put in tier 6s into all of these. I think. I said I want to put tier 6s into all of these. We have centrifuges. Have I got centrifuges anywhere on here yet? No. So put centrifuges in at the bottom. Centrifuge, that one, and that would also like to be a tier 6, so we can get all of these. And then down here we've got an advanced furnace, which is that one. Yes, I don't know, 7 is probably overkill. Let's just stick with the 6s all the way through there, and that's everything, I think, except for the beacon, which also needs to be upgraded to 6s, and that's a wide area beacon. Yeah, these are wide area beacons, and that's already set to 6. Excellent, and that's pretty good. So now, if I take my module inserter and drag it across all of this like that, then we'll have a massive upgrade request and a complaint about productivity modules not being. Which one can't we use productivity modules for? We're using productivity modules for this one. That's weird. I don't understand why it didn't get them before. It's very weird.
Probably the ice melting.
Oh yeah, probably. But why did it get some of the machines, but it didn't get all of my centrifuges? That's the weird part. Yeah, the water. Yeah, I think you and Tristan are right, Doopy. It was, yes. It's almost certainly that one that it's complaining about.
Did it do it when you dragged over? Did it do anything?
Yes. Yeah, it did loads of them,
Okay.
just not all of them, which is
It
why.
presumably did them
a bit
until
weird.
there was a problem, and then stopped at that point.
Maybe, yeah. Right, and then I want to upgrade all the blue belts. So let's see. You're a red and purple. Oh, okay, yeah. I think I might as well go all the way to purple. So let's take the blues, those, and blue undergrounds to purple undergrounds. I think that's everything I need across. Oh, actually, let's take the greens to purples as well, because there's no point in unloading the wagon, Yeah. Oh, no. Green to purple. Green belt to purple belt. Just maximise everything. Yeah, there's no undergrounds in there anywhere. So if I drag this now across all of this, it's going to be a little bit wasteful and excessive, but I'd rather do a little bit too much than a little bit too little. In fact, I should probably do these output belts as well, because if I significantly increase the speed of these, then we're going to see then these are going to be full. So let's do all of that. And in fact, you know what? Let's not mess around. Let's do all of this. There we go. Because I want to load the train up more quickly as well, obviously. All of this. Oh, I haven't got splitters. Fail. I also want to do blue splitters. There weren't any on the first things I was upgrading, which I didn't think of it. Blue splitters also go to purple splitters. There we go. Grab that again. You. And you. Fat. Let's do this again. So from here, everything from here to about here. Right. There we go. That seems to be a suitable upgrade. Now I can use all the things that are missing. Oh, I can't use all the things that are missing because it'll only go up to 600 things, or 746 things apparently. Damn it. Okay. How is it with the modules? It's sort of okay. All right, we might be able to use that. Over here, how many blue belts do we have? How many other things? We have 6,000 blue belts. Jeez. Okay, that's going to be quite a lot of stuff. Right, so let's stop messing around with this. Let's fly back over to Norbit now, because this area seems to be working, apart from the train being a bit slow, which there isn't a lot I can do about other than stick another train in, which will cause traffic jams, so I'm not going to do it. That's working pretty well. It's faster. It's producing naquium faster than it ever has before, but it is now limited by that train instead of being limited by all kinds of other silly things. Ah, yeah, thank you, Doopy. Those numbers sound about right. Get on the ship. Get on the ship. Bounce, bounce. Get on the ship. There we go. Right, so now we'll head back over to Norbit. I should have started this first, actually. I should have started flying before I started messing around with Agnea, but never mind. Not a serious problem. So, let's have a look. I'm going to need at least 250 tier 6 productivity modules. And a quantity of other things besides. 75 tier 6 speed modules. Let's have 100 of those just to try and be surer. Oh, if it has volume without global playback. Oh, yes. Will it beep at me even if I'm using Navsat to look somewhere else? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Kata. Yeah, it would presumably won't beep at me if I'm not on that surface, which is the whole point of the system. 6,000 belts. I think these numbers sound pretty good. 200 splitters. No, it wasn't 200 splitters. It would give me plenty to be safe, to allow me to be fairly safe, but it seems a little excessive. Although, you know what, I could just take 200 splitters. Why not? Yeah, that should all fit in here without any trouble. Whether they won't then all fit in my inventory, of course, but at least we'll be somewhat in the right direction. I've got the loaders already, by the looks of it. Decent number of loaders. All right, let's have 1,000 underground since you asked so nicely. Have I missed anything else? Doesn't look like it. I don't know where those tier 5 and tier 7 productivity modules are. Something slightly unexpected might have happened there. But we'll see in a bit. Something is complaining about sulfur. Something has stopped complaining. No, something is complaining about sulfur. I don't know why it's got its own icon, whereas everything else shows up as just an exclamation mark. But it is complaining.
Yeah, it's a bus station.
Ah.
All the bus stations have their own icon.
Okay. Yeah, I did notice that the sulfur was struggling because it was all getting used up by heat shield tile production, and the trains weren't able to take it over there fast enough.
I'll take a look at it in a minute. I'm checking timing stuff at the moment, so I can't get too distracted.
Okay. Water. Yum. Oh, thanks for the follow, Queed, and thanks for the resub, Persistent. Wow, 14 months. Nice. And a three-stream streak as well. That's hard to say. And also, did I say thanks to Frugal? Yes, I did. I said thanks to Frugal for his resub as well. And thanks to the follow, Chris Gamer, as well. Yeah, 14 months. That's it's a good amount of time. I approve of that. Thank you. Right, so we can bring all that over. So I'll put some of these in here just to slightly reduce the amount of nonsense I end up grabbing. Also, let's have a little bit of a think about what I'm carrying around with me that I don't need. I don't need that many steel chests. I don't need that many more than one stack of warehouses. That's barely a stack. Let's get rid of those. And those. I don't think I really need... Actually, let's put the green belts in here, because then they'll be available to me later if I want them. Dump all that in there. Things, a lot of this stuff is actually useful, just I don't need it at the moment. So let's make sure I don't have silly requests in here like that one and that one. And those two. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is genuinely useful. I just don't need it at the moment because I'm not doing whatever that particular thing might be. I'm going to get more signals brought to me. Oh no, not. I did get rid of that one. Yeah, so I just don't want to have it in my pockets all the time. So having somewhere sensible like this to ditch it is quite useful. In fact, you know what? Let's get rid of all the modules in the same way as well. Actually, the coal can go in the bin, as can the iridium plate. I don't think I need all these blueprints. What even is that? Okay, that was a beryllium related one, so we'll delete that. That's a deconstruction planner for scaffold. Actually, that is useful. I could have used that earlier. That is an empty deconstruction planner. I definitely don't need that. I don't know what it's doing in my inventory in the first place. I don't know why I've got some module inserter configurations in my inventory. That's a ridiculous place to keep them. So we'll chuck those as well. I don't actually need that. Yeah, I don't need another programmable speaker. We can get rid of that one. Do need combinators. They're very useful. Don't need 14 stations. 10 is quite enough. And then down here, I was going to say, put the coal and the iridium in there. Okay, that's a bit tidier. I now might be able to grab enough stuff to be able to do a useful amount of upgrades with the various belts and things. Okay, so you know what? I haven't looked at the to-do list for a little while. I sort of started doing, well, things, and then I got a little bit distracted. So, I mean, I have been working through it. So, meteor ammo and train batteries to Melon are now on their way. Meteor guns into Orbit I've done. Backwards underground belt on crushed knack from crushing on Talos. Okay, let's have a look for that. That is a thing I can probably fix. So, over on Talos. So somewhere over here in the crushed knack. Is there a backwards belt around here somewhere? Well, these all seem to be running properly. How did I describe it? Unhelpfully, I think, clearly. Backwards underground belt on crushed naquium from crushing. I don't see any backwards underground belt. I don't see anything, more to the point, I don't see anything that's jammed up and not working. So I think that must have been something I must have accidentally flipped it around during the recording and spotted a mistake that isn't actually isn't a mistake in sort of in live. That's an interesting one.
I've got something that's going to A, upset you, and B, antagonize you.
Oh dear.
I fixed that earlier.
Is it your face?
No, I fixed it earlier.
Oh.
The antagonizing bit is
I see. Right, okay, so that's that. Some of the pulverizer output belts seem to be blocked. That might be the same. Are they? It all looked like it was running fine, but let's have another quick check. Maybe that was also fixed by whatever Mike fixed to wind me up.
Well, no, I only fixed the one back.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe that sort of caused a sort of flow through that fixed the other things as well. Boost production of the mixed Astro card things. Oh yes, I remember. Right, so over in Norbit we have a boom, down here in the science production area. Right, yeah, we don't have a huge number of these cards. Now, actually, this is looking healthier than it did during the video, I think, in that there are actually some on the belt. So presumably that means that does seem to be going down as I watch it. So up here, we could do with more of this going on. And at the moment, well, it's none of these machines, none of these orreries, the astrometrics facilities, have any modules in them. So let's just do that. Let's just put tier 3 speed modules in them, because that's a nice, easy fix that doesn't require any sort of any real extra work at all. And the tier 3 modules are very, very cheap. So if I do that and then module inserter across there, then that will upgrade this. This will all run a bit quicker, and then we will probably find that we're a bit short of some of the inputs somewhere. However, once I've got this upgraded, at least then I can look at it and find out where the problems are, and then go in and poke them again. Yeah, a beacon would be the next step, Tempe. So at the moment, this is fine. This is probably going to. Putting the tier 3 speed modules into these is going to make them run at times faster. If that is insufficient, then I can move on to beacons, or possibly extending it and putting in more machines, any of that sort of stuff. But yeah, putting in a wide area beacon around here would get quite a lot of the machines, so that'll be quite effective. Let's try it. Let's have a look. Yeah, if I pull up this machine here and put in a bit of underground belting, then I could put a beacon, or maybe even here. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. It's going to be the same either way. If I put one of these in here, then it's going to get so many of these machines around here. I think that's actually really, really worth it. If I have any sort of problems with this, once I've put these speed modules in, then yes, I think dropping in a beacon right here is going to be an excellent way to fix the whole thing. Or I could just do that. Or I could do it, yeah, instead of messing around with modules down here, I could just in these machines. But then all of these seem to be fast. No, you know, all right, let's beacon it. Let's take out all of that, like that, and let's undo the modular inserter across those. If I can remember how, like that. Yeah, there we go. So undo that. Pull out all of this. And then put in. Actually, can I find a speed beacon that has already got tier 3 modules in it that I can copy, rather because then it's only a single. Then it's only a single job. That one's got a load of tier 9s in it. I don't want to use that. there's too much. How about you? How fast are you? Tier 6 feels excessive. Are there any beacons that have tier 3s in them already? Yeah, it probably is the easiest solution. Oh, I don't know. I mean, just slapping the module inserter across the middle ones would probably have been enough. It might not have been. Ah, there we go. That one will do. Are you a WAB 2? No, you're a WAB 1. Okay, so we'll copy you over to in here. Yes, there's the gap. So I want to put you there, like that, and then we do an underground belt from there to there, and then everything is fine and hunky-dory. We are going to be a little bit short of these yellow cards compared to the others. However, given that we're about to increase the speed of all of this by mumble, then I don't think that's a serious issue. So yeah, we'll need to wait for that to be built, of course, but that should sort that out. We should get a lot more of these. Oh, actually, these are backed up now. After all that talking about it has fixed the problem. Yay. Still, it was a thing that was struggling at various times, and so I suspect once we get to the how are we doing over here? We are still making tier 3 catalogs, I think. So there is still some demand. So it's probably good to have it all upgraded a little bit. Right, next. Check out Astro 2 cats. I thought Astro 2... I mean, maybe it was Astro 2s that we're a little bit short of. Let's have a look. Sort. Astro 1, plenty. Astro 2... oh, it's Astro 2s that are the short ones that there's a shortage of. Astro 3s... Why am I doing it like that rather than just like this? Yes, Astro 2s are the ones that are struggling. Why are Astro 2 catalogs struggling? They're coming from down here. These machines. Because there aren't enough of these cards coming in. Wait, what? Oh no, they are different. Okay. Ah, that was these ones. No. Right, so these ones coming out of these machines along here. Do you have an input problem or you just have a speed problem? You just have a speed problem. I could just drop another bacon in. No, I think actually that one is going to be difficult to fit a bacon in. I'm going to use the module inserter across all of these machines, and because the reason that actually no, I don't know. There's quite a lot of stuff around here actually that's running that could do with running a little bit quicker. So I'll put that there. Then that's going to improve everything in this sort of area. All of these. I mean, most of them are okay, but they could run a little bit faster. So I think that's quite a good place to put that, and that'll affect all four types of data cards that are going into the Astro 2. So that'll be so once we speed up a bit because we've got a full supply of these ones, that'll be. I could beacon all of Astro, but given that most of it is mostly okay, and some of it is already beaconed, I feel like I might as well just go in and play whack-a-mole with it rather than going in and trying to do absolutely everything, because it'll be fiddlier to do absolutely everything. So that should sort that out. Have we had this beacon in yet? Okay, the beacon has arrived, but the modules haven't. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, so how are we doing now? Astro 2 cats. Restrict stone and methane in Kalidas Asteroid Belt 2. Yes, I remember. So, Asteroid Belt 2 out over here. Yeah, we've got this belt here probably should be slowed down a little bit. There was definitely a supply shortage of those particular cards. What sort of numbers am I waiting for here? What are you doing? 5,000. You're waiting for 2,000. Alright, we'll have you run if stone is less than 2,000. Yeah, there was definitely a shortage of those cards. So, but you could be right. It might have been running just about fast enough. Where was that? Down. That's all the way down to 4. It's all the way back up to 1. So here we go. 2. Yeah, you're right. They are all working. This one in the end occasionally stops. So that, yeah, we've just about got enough coming through. So you're right. We need a bit more throughput there. I don't think there isn't easily room to put in a beacon here without pulling out a machine. So I'm going to speed module these machines here as well. What are you guys? You are research servers. So no, up here first. Research server is that one. Would like you to also have speed 3s. I'm going to insert across there. There we go. I don't know why we've been getting through quite so many tier 2s compared to everything else. I mean, maybe it's probably one of those things where it's quicker to make tier 1, so we've always had plenty of them, and then the tier 2s we've been churning through to make the tier 3s and the tier 4s, and so that's a yeah. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, Control F is probably easier than clicking on the search button. Yeah, I won't dispute that. It's just not one I've got into the habit of using, so I don't. So vulcanite production rate. We've had a look at that. In fact, let's have a look at where I am. Yes, I've made it back. So we need to dock in orbit. Not there. Up here somewhere. Yes, there. Anchor. Thunk. Right, so I'll fuel my ship up because with all the pipes around here, and now we'll get all of the nonsense I've been requesting being brought over to all over to here. Apart from the tier 6 logistics modules, productivity modules, because we're still having reagent. Oh no, we've got the reagent. I guess they're just being made a little bit slowly and probably being claimed by all kinds of people for all kinds of things because that was the sort of level we thought.
I've wanted them in 2 places.
Okay, it's your fault, is it? Boo.
Well, one of the places is my spaceship, which isn't there at the moment.
Okay, that's slightly less bad, I guess. Okay, well, I guess I'll just be sitting here for a while. I could request the tier 5s. I could change for tier 5s in the vulcanite area. That's a possibility. But there aren't very many of those because they're all being made into tier 6s. So I don't think it doesn't make a huge amount of difference. And we've run out of vitalic extract as well. So vitamelange extract even. So I'm going to be here for a while. So let's go back to ignoring that. Vulcanite Iridium production rate, well, that's on Mike. Compact beacon for the labs is a thing we could do. And there'll probably be a few more things. So I have recorded the third video, the one that would in theory have gone out yesterday if I hadn't been away for the weekend. And then will instead hopefully be coming out tomorrow. If it doesn't come out tomorrow, it'll come out on Thursday. But I haven't had a chance to edit it yet. And it's during the editing process that I make the to-do list. So unfortunately, we're now at the end of the to-do list because I can't remember what was broken in the in that video. Oh well.
Okay, I'm about to board the deep space exploration ship.
Ooh. This is so you've reached the rescue part of the rescue mission.
Yep. Here I go.
Take a deep breath.
Hang on a minute.
You can't hang on a minute before taking a deep breath.
Hang on. Oh. There we are. Haha.
It's not a bad idea, Mark. Yeah, putting in some construction pylons between the arms would allow the construction bots to do a little bit of tidying of all these little coloured dots that are scattered out here. Could be quite nice. I do remember noticing actually while I was making the video that we had an absolute crisis with contaminated scrap. There was so much of it trying to get through that everything had jammed up. However, there is currently no sign of that whatsoever. So, yeah. Things are absolutely fine right now. I don't know. I hadn't been playing. I hadn't been playing for an hour and a half. Probably only been playing for about 45 minutes at that point. So if so, that means we've got past the. We've dealt with the excess amounts of contaminated scrap, and it's all just gone away again. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I think. To be honest, the scrap area is such a mess that I feel like when we upgrade it, we want to just rip it all out, and given that we have the deep space loaders, then rebuild it with those, so we don't have this tangle of spaghetti here that's going to probably slows things down a bit, and just have the belts run down, split her off as required, and just have deep space loaders going bang straight into a warehouse around here somewhere, and then all the belts that aren't taking scrap can just go underneath and carry on downwards. I think that would probably be better than just going in and doing a simple upgrade, to be honest.
Yeah, I've strapped a particle accelerator to the side of the deep space exploration ship. That just sounds so bad.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's just floating there in space. It can give off as much radiation as it wants, and it'll just sort of dissipate into the cold hard vacuums.
I do like that it's a particle accelerator to empty the ion canisters, not like a jug and a funnel.
Well,
it's a particle accelerator.
Yeah, that'd be too easy.
Yeah,
and
but
I'm not quite sure exactly what ion stream is, but it appears to be.
Well, it's a stream, right, of ions.
Of ions, yes, very good.
Thank you.
Do you think I should just mute him?
Probably.
And I have to assume that a lot of these sort of particle streams and all the various types of particle stream are essentially meant to be. You're supposed to imagine that they're not actually a fluid, that they are some sort of stream that is going down magnetic pipes and at an extreme rate and then being used on demand at the other end. But because Factorio doesn't have a mechanic for that, it's just treated as a fluid.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's okay, regular. Don't worry. Mike has enough kids already.
Yeah,
he can irradiate himself all he wants.
Yeah, that's a whole separate conversation. Yeah, I mean, in chemistry or physics in the real world, an ion is an atom with a charge, either an extra electron or a missing electron, or extra proton, missing proton. Well, can't be extra proton.
Yeah, but it's described as a stream rather than just a sort of a supply of them, or a jug of them.
When you're in Star Trek or something like that, then it's a stream because it's flowing down a conduit of some sort, which is magnets are used to hold it.
Exactly. So I'm saying that's sort of what the space pipes are pretending to be, or trying to pretend to be.
Yeah, and it kind of works.
And yeah, it's not just going to be a jug of salty water that is technically full of ions.
Yeah.
Okay, apparently Exotic Industries has different types of pipes. So you could have pipes that are specific magnetic pipes that are for taking these ion streams and whatnot around. You could have I don't know. You could have wooden pipes that are okay for water, but will dissolve if you put acid down them.
Persistence talking about ion guns used in mass spectrometry.
True.
Which, from memory, that's a particle accelerator where it just accelerates them up to high velocity so that you can, I forget what the relevant terms are, do your science with. Just leave it there. But yeah, that kind of approach.
What charges the ion stream? Well, it charges enormous amounts of electricity to generate it, so that's the charge for it.
Oh, cathode ray tube TVs.
Oh yes, I do remember them.
Yeah, my very first job, way back in the day, so as a placement between sixth form and uni, I nearly went working for a chemistry company which did manufacture the CRT emitters. Still in the UK, they closed a few years after I chose to go and do flood defences instead.
You have a mic as well, persistent. Oh well, okay, that sounds about right. She said it was whiny, so I assumed.
So I think that's a reference to the CRT rather than the mic, but
I suspect so. Yes.
Can confirm mics are whiny.
What was I going to say? Yeah, so I had an absolutely enormous CRT monitor that I'd acquired from work because it wasn't wanted, but it was an astonishingly high resolution for the time of the whole 1600 by 1200, and that was amazing. So I was definitely wanted it. But this, I think it was a 21-inch screen as well. Although I'm not certain about that. It might have been slightly bigger. But because with it being a CRT, it means of course it was at least as deep as it was high or wide, and it weighed an absolute ton.
Yeah. There's a reason they went out of fashion.
Yes, technology advanced on, basically.
Yeah. I do remember having this conversation with the guys at the company making them. They were saying that you can actually do a lot more cool stuff and a lot more decent stuff with a CRT. I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, you can play Duck Hunt. Can't play Duck Hunt with a TFT.
I know that various fighting games did fancy things with the graphics, so they do actively look worse on flat screens.
Yeah, it's not just fighting games. It was specifically a lot of games of that era relied on the sort of smudging that you got from a CRT to soften the edges of the sprites and make them not look pixelated, or not just to soften them, but also to do some clever color effects, as you say.
Yeah.
I'm just aware of it being done with fighting ones.
Lag. Strange last page. Yeah. I think in the end of the day, people prefer the sleeker, more elegant,
and
stick
not
a TV on my wall. Yeah,
wall breaking as well. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Could you imagine mounting a CRT TV on your wall?
You wouldn't. You'd mount it through the wall, so the screen was in about the same position, but most of the back of the TV was in the next room.
Well, yeah, but have you seen that? There's a photo of someone who's done that. They've cut a hole in the wall.
I'm not surprised, but
and then they can't open the door in the next room because they placed it wrong. There's a photo from the back of this thing sticking out from miles behind.
Oh dear.
I
mean, it doesn't surprise me that someone had done that, but
yeah.
Well, there was also, you got rear projection TVs as well, didn't you? So you get quite a big screen without needing it to go back quite as far, because essentially there'd be a projector in the bottom of it that would shine up onto a mirror, and then that would reflect it out onto a screen where it was then displayed, so you could see. And you then sat on the other side of it, so you'd see it displayed there. It was basically a projector shining on the back of a sheet, essentially, but in a neat box. But I mean, I think those are the sort of things that were used by big companies or anywhere where you actually needed a massive TV and were happy to pay a silly amount of money for it. I don't think it's the sort of thing people would have had in their homes, although you never know. There probably were a few people who did, because there always is.
It's usually Pete.
No, it's a bit too modern tech for Pete.
True, it doesn't go with his sword, does it?
Exactly. Right, so we still have this steady, roughly half a red belt of beryllium coming through. So it is coming through at a basically constant rate for every time I've looked at it. Let's have a look at the production graph for it, because I want to know if I'm making it fast enough at the moment. And I suspect I am. However, I also suspect that might be because some of the sorts of bits of consumption have been asleep. But we've been producing it. So there's a bit of a dip here. Maybe that was running out of. Maybe that was running out of core chunks. I'm not sure, but it's been being produced at about 1.1 to 1.3 thousand per minute, which is reasonable, and that's about over here. So we're seeing 1,200 a minute and 700 being used. So at the moment, it is absolutely fine. However, at the moment, we are doing a biological-based research, so we're not using a huge amount of beryllium for making astro science packs. However, we are still making a crazy quantity of scaffolding, and that means we are using quite a lot of beryllium for making low-density structures, and it is hanging on, and it seems to be absolutely, well, it's more than hanging on. It's producing it nearly twice the rate it's being used up at. If we look further back through time, we can see there are times when it's been being used at more than the 1,200 per minute, but mostly it's been these sort of spikes recently. At least it's been these sort of spikes which make me suspect that we had a shortage of it and then we topped it up a bit. And on the average over this sort of area, then it's definitely well under 1,200. And then going back here, okay, there's quite a long period of using it a lot faster here, but I think that might have been because there was. I was going to say because there was a shortage, but no, maybe this is. It's hard to tell from staring at the graph. For the Arco chest, will there be any issues loading batteries and meteor ammo? I don't think there should be, because they're more or less separate. So they're being loaded. Let's have a look into this because it's something interesting to talk about and head scratch over. So we're getting it triggered here to send down the ammunition from there or the batteries from here whenever there is less than, did I say 100 of them, 500, however many in the system. Those then go down to the ground over in the train to here, and they'll be unloaded from this train. There aren't any in this particular load by the looks of it, but they'll be sent round here and into this chest. And the idea is that we should always have 100 at least in this system, and I'm not sure we have at the moment actually. How many are in there? It says 48 in there. I don't think this is working. That's bad. Why has this failed? So we've got yeah, there is not as many in there as there should be. So this has not been working. We've been pulsing theoretically we've been pulsing the belt contents out. We're sending them to Arco to Mel and Sushi. Then up here, that should Arco, Mel and Sushi should multiply it by -1. Pass it through to here, so it'll each time something goes through, it should be subtracted from it. There are a few on the belt, but there aren't enough on the belt to trigger that. So, then when they come through here, they're being pulsed through and passed to here. I don't know why that isn't working. I think that's set up correctly. We've got 100 in and out on there, which is what you'd expect when it's in a quiescent state. Yes, the counter does, but I think the counter is wrong. That's the point. I think they're not getting... no, this should all be... Ooh.
Any preferences, Mark, for where the next anchor goes?
No, that should all be... Oh, the other one, the other end, the other thing might. No, this is always powered down here by this one. And then this one up here, these two are always powered by this one. So it should be absolutely fine. We're not short of power, even though all these guns are currently recharging. That's a weird one. So, I think I've set this up correctly. Let's move this one up a little bit so we can see it better. So, we've got the signal coming in for when they're taken out of the system. There, we're multiplying that by -1, so we're subtracting here. And we're adding here when they're put into the system. We're watching until when the number is less than 100. So, yeah, I'm sure that's all set up correctly. But it's stopped passing stuff through. Down here we have, well, we have of the ammunition, we have 38 there, and 1, 2, 3 things, and a thing can hold up to 8. 8 is the absolute most, so that's 24 plus 38 is 64, 66. Sorry, no, 62. Got numbers the wrong way around. That was bad memory, not bad maths. So we've got absolute maximum 62 of these things in this area. Unless there's some in the train, but there weren't when the train came down just then. Or on this belt, perhaps. Don't see any. Or if there were, they might have been put into the train by now. Where is the train? Come on, train. No, really, where is the train? Oh, it's here. Yeah, there's nothing in the train. There's nothing on the belt. Is there anything on the belt? Oh, there could be something on the belts down here, perhaps? No. And there's still 38 down. That's very weird. Mike, could you request slightly more either train batteries or meteor defense ammunition, please?
Okay.
Just another sort of five, so another 5 or so get delivered, essentially. Thank you.
Another 5 or so. Okay.
Actually, no, never mind. Doesn't matter. I can just spike this here. Never mind. So, oh, I didn't.
Done. I've ordered another 5. Literally.
You've ordered a lot more than 5, or just no, you haven't.
No, because there's latency on the system.
Latency on the system. So passed all those through now. So if we go back to Tal orbit, have a look over here. Yeah, now we're passing back. We're passing batteries through, so that's working. Let's go back down here again, and nudge this. Okay, we'll send Mike some more meteor defense ammo. Then up here. Yeah, someone's gone through. So it's working, but somehow it's inaccurate. So I mean that does lean towards maybe there was a power hiccup, or maybe there was, or maybe some snuck through before I set it up. Let's put both of these up to 200 just so we have a little bit more available, and then we'll call that good enough. Yeah, but then there shouldn't be more than 8 stuck in the loader down on the ground. Surely. And I counted for there being 8 on each piece of belt and each piece of loader, and that still was only 60 mumble. Still, you can get, if sending him 30 or now I've got a bit more than 30. So this, I think I'm cautiously optimistic that this should now work correctly. Given the latency of passing things through the system the way we do, it does mean that whenever Mike runs a little bit low, he's going to get like 200 or 150 passed through to him. But I don't think that's a problem.
I have designed it on my end to be sure that that will not be a problem.
Excellent. Okay.
And yeah. Kind of expected that a bit because
there's quite a bit of a latency gap.
Yeah, exactly.
Construction bots carrying rocket fuel. Somebody must be doing a deconstruction somewhere. That's the only reason I can. Or, where did you see construction bots? Oh, where did you see construction bots carrying rocket fuel? I wasn't even looking at anywhere where a load of building was getting done. Oh, in your game. Oh, okay, that explains it. Well. How are things going over here? So, yeah, so we've got a decent. Yeah, there's plenty of space in this warehouse, and no matter how much meteor ammo and train batteries and other such nonsense I chuck through, well, within reason, I think Mike is probably going to be okay over here. Good.
Yeah, be fine.
Yeah.
Have you seen my train abomination?
It is a little bit abominatey.
Thank you. I just figured it was easy to do it like this.
Yeah, I suspect you probably overbuilt a little bit with the unloading stations, but I don't see that being a serious problem.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it stacks to 10 per thing, and I'm there going, you know what? I'm having iridium flashbacks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I have
goodness.
2 stations unloading, and in theory, if this goes all the way, then you're going to be producing about 3 times as much. So potentially, this is actually sort of vaguely almost sensible planning ahead. That if you manage to build this area up to having 6 times as much mining, no, 3 times as much mining as Stardust does, which is what you would need to keep the chest completely busy. I think. Yeah, to keep the up. Oh no, it'd be double. Sorry, no. Okay, it's probably slightly overkill, but only slightly.
Bear in mind, my trains are also shorter than yours.
Oh, true. Yeah, all right. Given that, it might be. Yeah, it might be sensible. Okay.
Genuinely quite disturbing how much. What's it called?
How many trains you need to transport useful amounts of naquitite around?
Yeah, them things are beasts, and not in a good way.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason I made 181 trains for 183 and then down to 181s for Stardust. They are.
I can't blame you.
They're quite chunky trains. Yes, that is a significant train, shall we say?
Yeah.
But you know, throughput seems to have been enough. And actually, now that things are starting to run nicely over on Talos, we might be starting to see. Yeah, we're getting the spaceships flying again now. So the Star Spear is about to arrive in Stardust. The Stardust Enterprise is on its way out, as is Stardust on the Order of the Asteroid and Stardust 2 Dustia. The Stardust Express is on its way back over to Kalidas, and all the other ones with all the other names that I've now forgotten are presumably in the Kalidas system, probably mostly queued up at Talos, waiting to be unloaded. If we have a look over here now, we can see, yes, the system leaps, I say, into action. We unload a huge quantity of sulfur and iridium and enriched vulcanite, and then we can load all of this stuff and some of the junk into the spaceship as well. And yeah, glorious is a good word, yes. Yeah.
Glorious is definitely a good word. Is it an appropriate word?
Is it a trains can definitely be glorious.
Can be, yeah. With you so far.
And I have a glorious quantity of naquium processing over here, I guess. Yeah, this is working well. We've got, so at the moment we have essentially, this is all of this going in over here. This is one purple belt, which is why I was saying earlier that having one purple belt being pulled out from the trains, from the whole spaceship train naquitite logistics system is reasonable, and so which is why it seemed to be okay before, and I'm not too worried about it struggling a bit, because eventually we're going to pull all of the naquitite out of this logistics system through everything that's currently backed up in all of the spaceships, and we'll eventually pull all of that out and process it, and hopefully by the time we've done that, Mike will have expanded Melancholia to the point where it's producing basically this much naquitite again, although technically it doesn't have to be quite as much, because over on Talos we do have productivity modules in these crushers, which means we're getting a 48% boost, so he only has to produce about 2/3 the amount I've been producing. Or rather, when he produces more than 2/3 of the amount I'm producing, we can expand this further, and we can put in another copy of this, and make the naquium even more quickly. In fact, I wonder how we're doing as far as naquium goes. Let's look up naquium and see. Let's learn to spell naquium. There we go. So we're using naquium ingots, and let's look over the last hour. Naquium ingots. We're not using any naquium ingots, and I wonder if that's because we've run out, or because it's probably because we've run out, if we're being honest here. But we've made 14,000 in the last hour, and it's now running quite slowly. Why is it running? What's going on? Why are you slow? Oh, because we have naquitite supply problems, and also oh. Right, it's because I've screwed this up. Right. Okay, so we need to say we actually want to leave when item count this is crushed naquitite. I've got to fix this before the train disappears. Crushed naquitite equals 0. So when it's emptied all the naquitite out, then it can leave. We won't worry too much about unloading the methane ice, because that's a silly thing. It stacks up to 200, so it just goes forever. I'm
about to generate a surface if there's no objections.
No, it's fine.
Okay. And then I shall build an anchor.
To be honest, for star orbits, it probably doesn't really matter, because
you'd hope that'd be fairly quick and easy, wouldn't you?
You'd hope, but you know.
Okay, so we've now got to the point where we have too much methane ice. This warehouse is filled up. Oh no, what? This warehouse has 120 stacks in it. Oh, I've limited it. Let's take that limit off, because we're limiting here with circuit condition. So yeah, okay, that'll be a bit better. Oops.
I'm going to be boring and not do a particularly aesthetically pleasing build here.
Huh? Is that allowed?
I mean, it shouldn't be, but...
Brunus. Okay, so we've now got to the point where we have too much methane ice. This warehouse has 120 stacks in it. Oh, I've limited it. Let's take that limit off, because we're limiting here with circuit condition. So yeah, okay, that'll be a bit better. Oops. Apparently we have a sufficiency of both crystals and ingots. That seems weird to me and hard to believe. Let's look at Norvis orbit and see if this is true. Talos Naquia. We do. We have a full. Okay, we have plenty of naquium. That's weird. That's a weird position to be in. I am somewhat surprised. We are not sciencing at the moment, though, because we've run out of Advanced Science Pack 1. That's an odd one to run out of. So that comes from up. Presumably comes from up here. We're actually issued the Advanced Science Pack 2 as well. I think. I'm assuming, yeah, here we go. Here's Advanced Science Pack 1, which has run out of Advanced Catalogues, which have run out of upvote data, which comes from over on the other side of the world. Let's have a look.
Okay,
Why
my
is
game
the game?
just froze for a moment.
Yes, mine's.
My bad. Sorry, placing a blueprint.
Oh.
Oh,
Energy control units.
Mark, I blame. This is your fault.
Yeah. So here's the upvote data.
All your fault. I take no responsibility for this.
I'm trying to click
I
on
mean,
the.
to be fair, there's nothing you can do about that.
There are some
No,
gaps
it's
in
his
your
fault.
blueprint. Presumably that's where
Mark's
asteroids
fault.
were on in Mark's place.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
it's fine. Just gonna get my
The,
paintbrush
you know
out.
what the worst part of this is?
Go on.
You're going to have to do that again once all the scaffolding has been placed to put down all the solar panels.
I am
No,
indeed.
at that point it'll be fine.
It might.
Oh,
Be,
no, just the paste. Yeah.
yeah, it might
Yeah.
be. It'll be quick. Probably, it might be quicker because there'll be fewer items, but it will still be pretty horrendous, I suspect.
If you didn't get all the way, Laurence, it's immosite crystals.
Oh, okay. I didn't get all the way, but I was I was going to carry on doing the process anyway.
Okay.
So we see over here that we've run out of energy control units. Where do it? I'm not sure what energy control units. Do energy control units come up from the ground, or are they made in space? Okay, thank you. So energy control units, which are made down here apparently, and they are struggling because we have run out of. Apparently, it's immosite crystals. There we go. So why? So then we go back up to Norbit and go, what the hell's going on with immosite crystals? Presumably, if we look over here, we will see that there is a complete and utter lack of them in the ship that comes over from Taras. Taras, here we go. No, there are crystals. There is 8,500 of them in the warehouse. They're being passed through, so we haven't got too many yet, and the train is not here. So therefore, and it's not even on this planet, or not even on the surface. So if we drop back down to Norvis, we'll presumably
But it has just taken a load down for
find
there.
a load have just been taken down. Yes. So there'll be a station around here somewhere, presumably, that is immosite crystal drop off.
The extra bulky one.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, so this is getting plates both ways. Oh no, this is getting crystals. Yeah, so the crystals have been fed through, and we have most of a train. Yeah, this system
Do you know I've realised about
appears
this
to be insufficient.
blueprint?
It's really, really big.
It's so big and so repetitive that I can't be certain whether or not I'm placing it in the right wretched place.
Use the map and zoom out. Oh, can you see scaffolding when you zoom out on the map?
Yes, you can.
It'd be quite useful if maybe this is one of those quality of life things they should put in Factorio 2. It'd be quite useful to be able to just say I want to hold the top left corner of a blueprint or the whatever, or a corner of a blueprint rather than the middle of it. Hello, Unfizzy. Welcome.
Yeah.
You welcome to Laurence laments the lack of immosite crystals. Yeah, looking forward to Factorio 2. There's going to be a lot of interesting stuff in there. It should be really good.
Only just arrived back in the spaceport.
Okay, that took a while. Is it boosted?
Yes.
And the one down here is boosted as well. So, okay, once we get a little bit more down here, that'll be enough for the train to depart again. I think this is probably a problem with us having bringing things down in two lots at a time. So we're two things in the same train. So rather than having a huge quantity of immosite crystals come down, we have a small quantity of immosite crystals and a small quantity of immosite plates come down at the same time, which is Yeah.
Is this lagging for you as well?
Yes.
Sorry, I've got a massive paintbrush
Careful.
thing for the
Oh, I see.
for the scaffolding, and I'm just across everything.
It was
Oh,
yeah.
and
I
it
wasn't
ran.
actually moving the view around, so I didn't really notice. Apart from the bots were being a little bit sort of jumpy, but yes, it was slightly laggy. Yeah, so having both of the immer sites in the same thing has once again come back to bite us, which is lovely. Oh, it's gone again. That's good stuff.
It's just about hit the elevator.
There needs to be a better way of placing large quantities of scaffolding, because this is silly.
Are you copy
It does
pasting or
require
using a
silly
massive brush?
quantities of it.
It yeah, so I've just got this thing up to make. Well, there's no point in just doing it with the bots, because I'll be there forever driving over the thing. So I'm
Yeah.
just going, you know what?
Oh yeah, you want to place it by hand, of course.
Yeah, because
Have you learnt the trick of configuring your configuring control and mouse wheel to change the size of the brush, so you're not just sitting there hammering the plus key for half an hour on it at a time?
I haven't done that, but at the same time, it's not been a problem.
Okay.
If he's only wanting to enlarge it once,
Yeah, but I tend to switch back and forth between doing a single wide and then going up to maybe 10 or 15 or maybe even 20 when I'm building stuff in space. And so having the change brush size remapped to control a mouse wheel is really, really handy.
in my playstyle, I tend to copy paste for that.
Okay.
Fair enough. Can you copy and paste the actual scaffolding?
If there's
It
nothing
means
else,
it's-
yes.
yeah.
So like here, for example, I can copy. If I copy here, I get all of the this
can.
concrete. But if I copy a bit further, then I get the entity that's on it instead.
Yeah.
If you hold shift, you can then
True.
in the blueprint
True.
you can say, "Oh, actually tiles as well."
That's true.
Did not know that.
Unfortunately, in vanilla, if you've got concrete over something, you then can't detect the landfill underneath that.
That's unfortunate.
I don't tend to concrete stuff very much. Which one's it
No,
going to?
nor do I. But I thought I've made roads along the middle of my railways in my vanilla game.
Yeah, I often think that's a good idea, and then I just never do. I think that might be going to the right place. I think we might be about to get some more.
No, that's way too tall.
Oh, okay. Oh, is it?
That looks like Module City.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's Module City. Okay.
Will I steal it?
Yeah.
As given we're not doing science. Okay, it is stolen.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, having the science be broken is definitely a problem, and we've probably got quite a good backlog of tier 3 modules just everywhere.
That's weird.
Persistent has just
it turned
realised you
round.
can hold down shift for blueprinting when you're copying.
It turned round here to go back west and down again, rather than continuing along to the main vertical trunk.
Okay. I guess it decided that was quicker.
Yeah.
Okay, Peter. Well, thanks for joining. Good night. And yeah, we know. I think we know exactly where the problem is with the immersite issue. The problem is specifically that having one train transporting away from here is not sufficient. That said, there's now not an enormous amount of immersite here, so we might be going to run into some immersite production related problems.
I suspect it was a shortage. A train turned up, and now a spaceship turned up. Now the train's rattling back and forth to deal with that.
You could be right. There is about a third of a spaceship at the moment in Terra Orbit. Actually, no, plus quite. No, this spaceship must have just arrived based on the amount of stuff that's in this warehouse. 100. That's going to nearly fill the spaceship.
Blueprint.
So it's not going to be. This spaceship is going to be departing again relatively soon, I think.
Yeah, so it has arrived recently.
Yes. Yeah, but
So
that
that's
suggests the
normal.
throughput rate isn't too bad from Terras.
But it also suggests that the train is keeping up with that throughput.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. That makes sense. Yes. Agreed. There's another train that's just filled up. That doesn't need to be 5 seconds of inactivity. Let's make that 1 second of inactivity. So it'll leave a bit more quickly. And same for this one. That's interesting. It's got a different. This one's got different conditions on it. It's got to go anyway if there's an excuse to. Oh dear. All right. So
I mean, if one of them will loop forever, but the other one won't, then the one that would loop forever can't.
Exactly.
So that's fine.
No, I was thinking it's probably yeah. I was thinking it was an emergency if there's a problem, then or if there's a reason to go, then go sort of condition rather than a prevent from looping. But yeah, it could be either way. I don't know. Last user one could buy us because I just changed the timer on it, so I can't tell who set it up previously. We only have one level of blame in this system. I think actually this one train, given that's 200 stacks, it's going to be pretty.
Yeah.
Going to be
The
very
first
near
time I placed this blueprint,
enough
it
to-
went off the bottom of the explored region, and therefore I could not place it. Or rather, it didn't all place.
Oh, if it's not
It is.
if it's not explored, then yes, it won't place.
Yeah.
If it's not radared or visible, then it'll still place it. But although you won't be able to see it, but yeah, if it's not
Yeah.
explored, I could believe that.
Yeah, completely not explored.
I think blueprints place, but copy paste doesn't, or something like that.
Well, the blueprints definitely didn't place, so...
I mean, for non-radar stuff.
Okay, you might be
They
right. I don't know.
Had something weird with that in vanilla.
Okay, right. So this is up to 380. There's 100. Call it. That's about. Actually, that's pretty damn close to full, and there's another 30 something in here, and I expect we'll get another train coming up for quite soon. So, yeah, I think we might actually have this be. This is loading as fast as it is possible to load. As in, the ship will have, in the time the ship is parked here, it won't stop loading until it's full and ready to leave. If not, if not actually, then it's going to be quite close to that. That's quite impressive. Do we have 2 Taras spaceships? Yes, we do. Ah, it's even more impressive then in that case. One of them is parked there waiting to dock. So they're a little bit too close together, but yeah, never mind. This one will be full fairly soon.
You are loading it with a load of sand there, so that'll be.
That's going to take a long
That
time.
slows down. Or makes
does.
it take longer to load.
Yeah, if we could
Not
only,
crazy amount of sand.
if we could just put barrels into it, then it'd be much easier. Yeah, that's a lot of sand.
Yeah, to send everything back in barrels.
Here, have some fluidized immersite. You get molten sand power storage devices, so maybe that would do. Found some. Yeah, and sand does load reasonably quickly, but yeah, everything else does load a lot more quickly. Oh no, I take it back. We haven't quite filled the spaceship up, and the system is empty over here. We need another 24 stacks to fill it up properly. Yes, barrel the sand exactly for quicker loading. I wonder how much sand you'd be able to fit in a barrel.
Probably not very much. Sand is
As long as it's
heavy.
at least 10, then we're fine.
I mean, in fairness, the game doesn't really have units for these things. It's just like, oh, there's 200 items in a stack here. Yeah, but what do you mean by item of sand? Do you mean grain, or do you mean ton?
I think of it as being volume, so meter cubed or something like that. But but I'm also aware there's probably very little consistency in that. I think of it as volume that's then gone through a couple of levels of gamification, should we say?
Yeah. Whereas it was one of the interesting things about Minecraft, which is done the other way, where it's one sand is a meter cubed, which weighs. I forget the exact amount, but it's nearly a ton, or it's a significant amount.
I think it's the gold that's going to be more of a problem in Minecraft.
Yeah, Steve is crazy strong.
Yep.
Okay, No Guard says barrel is 55 gallons and Persistent says 160 litres. Those numbers aren't... Oh, maybe it's American gallons. Maybe they're different sized barrels as well, of course.
Well, a barrel, as in like a barrel of oil, is a defined unit of measure.
That's true. But I'm pretty sure that 160 litres is not 55 gallons.
True.
Or maybe it's American gallons. American gallons are... They're not that much smaller, though, are they? They're still... Maybe they are. Yeah, it might be American gallons. Boom. Bim.
I can't work out where that Immersite Crystal train was trying to go before?
Was it, I thought we decided. Yeah, it was going to Module City.
The Module City doesn't. Maybe it says already it's arrived there.
You mean it managed to find an excuse to go there? I'm looking at
Oh no, it's blue because there's a train on its way.
okay.
That's why.
All right. Oh, food shopping barrels. Oh, sorry, food shipping barrels even. Okay, yeah, that's probably a different type of a different type. Barrel sand only 270 kilos. Oh, that's nothing. And we'll transport all kinds of stuff around with our spaceships. It'll be absolutely fine. Next up, making spaceships accelerate at different rates depending on how much stuff they're carrying.
Thing is that Arendelle would, I'm sure, quite happily do that.
Yes.
They do accelerate at different rates based on how big they are.
Which is
And how many containers
Which is an
they have.
approximation of that, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just sort of assumes that all the containers are full, even
Yeah,
if they're
it's
not.
kind of easy mode version of it, but yeah.
Yeah. Which I think is reasonable.
And I think, in fairness, that it would be an absolute grind,
crap.
performance-wise,
right.
to have your spaceship calculate its mass.
Yeah, you'd
only do it on takeoff.
Yeah, you do it on launch, I think, and
Yeah, but it'd still be you hit launch and the ship goes, oh, hang on a minute, and the game goes, I'm just going to freeze for about 5 minutes whilst I work this one out.
right.
It wouldn't be slick, it wouldn't feel right.
No, yeah, I can believe that. Oh,
And the launch cycle
Where am I?
already takes several seconds.
so how are we doing with all this stuff?
True.
So there's time to put in gradual calculations during that.
Yeah.
Is Factorio particularly good at gradual calculations, though?
Don't know.
Right, I'm going to head off and find out how close I've got with all of the stuff I've gathered so far. I'm going to do some work on Agonea because I've been sort of not wasting time, but not being quite so busy as otherwise.
Yeah, it's been a very long time since I...
Oh, I see how you're being
Seriously
crude,
thought.
persistent. Yes, very, very crude.
Oh, yeah. Very good.
Very
Oh,
droll.
yeah. Very droll.
Yes, I'm aware that American gallons are smaller because that makes American fuel economies even more ridiculous than they already are. And also, and because all the American imperial volume measurements are scaled by, I think scaled by the same amount, so it's the same number of pints in a gallon, whether it's imperial or American. It means that whenever you go over there and order a pint of beer, you get given a disappointment, which is very sad.
There's several layers of joke in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if you're being rude about American beer, I have discovered that if you actually go to America, you can find quite good American beer. It's just none of the good stuff makes it out of the country, and we just get Budweiser and other crap like that. But if you go over there and drink the craft brews, a lot of them are actually really good. I was slightly surprised.
I mean, I can believe it. At the end of the day, the brewer wants to make money. They don't particularly care whether that's via international export or by...
Yeah, I was going to say, and Anheuser-Busch do make money, so... Right, so over here I need to tell these to unload broken train batteries as well, because we're going to have those coming through now, potentially. At least, assume in some point in the very, very distant future when Mike starts breaking them. So it's the crystal...
All of you to assume that's going to be the distant future.
Yes. But also fair, I believe.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. So, and also it's going to take a while for it to get to be enough of them for it to be a serious problem as well. You, yes, of course you're a whitelist filter. You can't do anything else. Right, so that'll flow them up into here. And oh, we've already got it set. Did we? Oh, that's connected. Minus. Yeah, this is. Are you a steel pickup or a scrap pickup? You're a downstream top. Okay. So yeah, I can send the I can send the junk batteries through to this one. We're setting filters based on what's in here, but we're subtracting the naquium, fine, the naquium ingots. But we also want to send... Oh, no, we don't. No, we send destroyed batteries out through this one, don't we? Yeah, okay, there we go. So we already have a system in to handle those. They get taken away along here. Right, so that is now all correct. Good. I'm glad I spent the extra time scratching my head and staring at that rather than just going, yeah, it just goes out with all the rest of the junk. It'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. No guard. You can get the local stuff is actually surprisingly good. I mean, yes, you can get terrible beer over there as well because you can get all the stuff all the mass market things. But yeah, I can say I have found some quite nice American beer. I think, to be honest, if you get the right stuff, I'd say I've had better. I've found better beer in America than I have in France or Italy. Unless you include... Actually, no, that's not true. In France, you can get good beer because you just buy Belgian beer. It's Italy where you can't get good beer for... I won't say for love nor money, but it's certainly not easy. Oh, yes. Flying out to Agnea. How far is it? 11 seconds. Well, 30 seconds at current speed. I mean, I accept that some people quite like the American lagers when it's a really hot day with a barbecue and you just want something that's basically you just want a cold drink that you're not going to taste. And I don't entirely understand that myself. I'd rather have something nice, but I can sort of see. I'm trying to find the right words here because I can't agree or understand exactly, but I sort of see. I understand the concept, I guess. But it does seem very, very wrong. Right, there we go. Loads of stuff. I'm not sure it's empath... I don't know if it is empathise, because I can't entirely, but... Yeah, kind of. No, beer is delicious. I won't hear any of your lies. I'm aware that on voice at least I'm going to be outnumbered on that one.
I was going to say you are not exactly playing to advantage here, are you?
I don't know. I can mute you if I want to, although it's a bit of a faff and I'd rather not.
Yeah, I'm still disappointed that you technically outranked me on this server.
I mean, it does have my name all over it, so...
That's just a coincidence, though.
Come on, bot. Stop being lazy. Thank you. If the rest... Why are they not upgrading all these belts that are everywhere, all around me? Why do they not... it'll be the sort of we can only think about 600 things at once problem again, won't it?
Or bots on the planet coming to do those?
No, because there's no purple belts on the planet, which is why I've come over with an enormous quantity of them. They just don't want to do these ones.
Right, there we go.
Bots,
Blimey,
bots.
that
So one time it's another dimensional anchor down.
Ooh, spray. Spray of modules. Lovely.
So that's 6 now.
I think so. Yes, it was 5 in the video that I was I'm in the process of editing at the moment. So yes, I think it must be. Right, now all of these machines are now starting to run significantly faster, which is obviously a good thing. However, I need to upgrade all these belts to make sure they don't get starved of inputs as well. I guess, yeah, but the thing is, at least here, I suppose that's another difference between the UK and the US. Over here, good beer isn't necessarily all that expensive. In a pub, at least, the good beer, the ales tend to be about the same price as the lagers. Maybe they used to be slightly cheaper. I think these days they're about the same. If you're buying, yeah, I guess actually, if you're buying a large quantity of beer in one go there from a supermarket, then yes, I suspect the lagers, the pissy lagers are probably cheaper. I don't know. I don't tend to buy them. But then the rule of thumb in my social circle is that if you're going to a barbecue or a party or whatever, the host will probably provide food, and then the guests will all bring whatever they want to drink. I think there's a bit of a generational divide in that though, because I've noticed if I go to an event held by some of my friends who are a bit older than me, should we say, they tend to be much more likely to provide a large quantity of drinks and just assume that people are going to be drinking the drinks they're providing. Whereas if it's people of my generation, the standard is that you will you bring whatever you want to drink, and that has both the double advantage that if you've got somebody who likes fancy stuff or is a bit fussy like me, they can bring the things that they're going to enjoy drinking themselves. And also it's nothing like as expensive for the hosts. Putting purple in trash slots, that's a good idea. Although now I've come back down here, we found a load more to do. Yeah, let's do that. I don't even know if there's any purple, orange logistic area around here. Oh, there is. I'm in an orange logistic area already. Okay. Oh, yeah, a load got taken away there. There we go. So yes, that's definitely helping. Good thought. Maybe I should persistent. If you want to post a picture of it in Discord, then I will in fact see your bar. I've upset the bots. What was it? Were you an orange? Yes, you are. Right, we'll grab some more from here then, or let some more go from here. Okay, maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the rules are then. If it's different social groups, different whatever. But yeah, mine is generally that. I guess it's because we often have fairly large parties, and so it would be excessively expensive for a host to provide all of the drinks. So it works pretty well, I find, and there's enough sort of. People, everyone has parties at various times that we tend to find that the different people are providing food at different times, and everyone seems to be basically okay with it. So it seems to work for us. But I guess that's a good point. Yes, the modules will increase the power draw. We've got quite a lot of headroom on it at the moment, so I think we're going to be okay. But that was a good shout, actually. I hadn't even considered the power. Oh, that's true. Yes, if you're turning up to a party and you expect the host and the host is expected to be providing drinks because that's how your social circle works. Yes, you're right. It is then also polite to turn up with a bottle of wine. Although actually, that said, we do that anyway. If we go to a party, we'll probably take a bottle of wine for the hosts and then whatever we expect to drink ourselves. I say it seems to work for us. And it also has the advantage that you don't have to worry about what your friends are going to drink, because everyone is fussy to some extent. Different people like different things, so it's generally, if you can, it's probably better to provide your own, because then you don't have to worry about other people don't have to worry about providing something for the guy with a weird taste. Alright, there we go. Put them in a green chest. The bots can get them from there. I shall also fly around and attempt to sort of expedite things a little bit. Have I run out of... Yes, I've run out of the productivity modules. That's not hugely surprising.
That is a nice bar.
I shall have a look after the stream. Yeah, we don't have a bar here, but we do have quite a well-stocked drinks cupboard. It's the amount of actual normal stuff in it tends to fluctuate quite a lot. In that sometimes I'll drink through the beer that's there and need to order more. But then we also have a fairly steady. We tend to have quite a lot of stuff that's a little bit weird that we've acquired for one reason or another and don't drink except when it seems like a silly mood takes us, I guess. Oh, this is a slow process.
There we go.
I shall have to go.
Great.
Once the stream finishes, I shall have to go and take a photo of my drinks cupboard as well, I suppose, as it's the nearest I have to a bar. Yeah, exactly. No, God. If somebody's going to turn up with a load of, or if there's somebody in your group who has interesting ideas, like a load of Mad Dog 2020 is a good idea, then you don't want. Firstly, you don't want them to be providing you with drinks, because then you'll have to drink that, and also you don't want to be the one who's providing them with drinks, because you won't have that, because that's a silly idea. So, yeah.
Or turns up with a £4 bottle of wine because he found it and thought it was funny.
Yeah, also possible.
That's where we see if Pete's lurking in the chat. Not that he
I don't
did
think
that.
he is.
But he was a victim of that.
Oh, I see. Is that because you brought it and you didn't know anything about wine?
No.
I have
Another
actually,
friend.
I have drunk wine that was, how much was it? I think it was certainly less than €3 a bottle. But we were in Rome at the time, and it was about 2002. So there's been a lot of inflation since then, and it was better than it was. Well, for the stage of life I was in at the time, it was certainly drinkable, and I was not at a stage of my life where I would be drinking a £2 bottle of wine bought in the UK, even though I was a student. So yeah, if you go to other countries, you can sometimes get suitably just about drinkable wine for surprisingly cheap. I see. Yes, I get that. Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. Yes, if different people in the social group are in different sort of economic places in life, should we say? Then yes, then that's a bit of a difference as well. So that's fair enough. I guess most of my friends are in more or less close enough to a similar position to me that the buying a handful of drinks to take to a party isn't going to cause them any sort of financial distress, should we say? Does the belt speed trap at the loading station need an upgrade? Ooh, that's a point. I'll have to go and have a bit of a think about that. Although if we have an inactivity... Oh dear, am I going to need to put in a timer? Yeah, I'm going to have to go and have a think about that to try and make sure it works nicely. There are some belts that can be done. This is a very silly way to be doing this. However, we are finding random interesting things to talk about, like beer. Yeah, I guess you need. Yes, you need to balance your alcoholism against your financial position against the quality of stuff you drink, I suppose. Because I mostly drink beer, there's a sort of it's kind of self-limiting. There's only so much of it you can drink before you're just completely full and don't want any more. Which is also quite useful for making sure I don't get too drunk and end up ill from it. Because I just can't. The problem arises when I've been happily drinking beer all evening and things are going quite well, and then somebody suggests shots would be a good idea. At that point, anything could happen.
That's usually the point when you ask me to leave the party.
I'm pretty sure I could match you shot for shot.
Probably. Although I will be honest and say that the only drinking game I ever played which involved shots, I won.
Is that because you never drank a single shot? Because you were the only sober one at the start?
No, I did drink several shots. I was a little late and everybody else was a little bit,
So you had an advantage because you were a bit more sober than
I had a
everyone
bit of an
else.
advantage, but it was also you go and buy your own line of shots. And I went to the bar.
And said, what's got the least alcohol in it?
Well, bottled lemonade.
Okay, so you cheat. Basically, what you're saying is you cheated.
Well, I didn't really know what was going on. They said, go and get a bunch of shots. I was like, all right, what do you want? And they went, you want a bunch of shots. Why? Oh, just do it. All right, okay.
Have I run out? I've run out.
So they didn't
then
specify,
realised
so it's their fault.
No, they were already kind of a couple of shots down.
I'm going with the Mike cheated
none of them
explanation
work, yeah.
at this point, I think.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was very confused by the whole thing until I worked out what was going on. I was thinking, "Ooh, yeah, this is both hilarious and awkward."
How long are these? Oh, that long. Okay.
I like the way that this conversation of drinking hasn't summoned Pete into the chat. However, Astrid's photo of her bar has very much summoned him into the Discord.
This is relevant to my interests, he seemed to say.
Yep. He's talking about his credenza. I don't actually know what one of those were. I thought it was a musical term. Oh no, that's a crescendo. Sorry.
Is it a fancy cupboard?
I don't know.
Does that fit what he's? Does that fit the context?
It could be a table or a cupboard.
I have a feeling it might be a fancy cupboard or fancy. Well, possibly. Actually, to be honest, it's probably not a fancy cupboard. It's probably a fancy word for for cupboard.
Fancy sideboard, I think.
I'm sat in front of a
sideboard.
computer with an internet connection. I'm googling it. How do you spell it? Credenza. There we go.
It's like credentials, but
Oh, it's
Okay.
a posh cupboard. Yeah.
Mm.
Sideboard of display cabinet.
yeah. So okay, yeah. The Frugal agrees there. Yeah.
Usually a very, very posh one. That explains why Pete knows what it is and I don't. Why do they call it a credenza?
Probably from the Latin.
Apparently it comes from the root of credence. Meant testing food for poison before. What?
What?
Oh, so apparently it comes from. It was the table in nobility and royal families. It's the table on which food and drink is set before being tested for poison.
I see.
Which kind of
It's actually you're testing its credentials.
that would make a level of sense. Thanks, regular. Put that in the Discord. Mike had to look at my credentials. I'm just not that posh.
I mean, we can't. We've only got room for one posh person in the Discord, I think.
Yeah, it's true. Well, is it one of every kind of nerd?
Yeah,
He's a posh boy nerd.
sounds
I
about
love
right.
the way he's not here to defend himself.
That's his fault. He should be. If he wants to be part of the server, part of the server community and so on, he should be here for the streams.
Yeah, absolutely.
No sympathy.
Oh dear.
Credenza may well be Italian for dresser. You're asking the wrong person. I am not a linguist nerd.
It's from Latin, so
Probably.
I'm going to go with similarity.
I mean, Latin and Italian are loosely related, after all.
Yeah. In fairness, my Italian and my Latin are both quite poor.
Yeah, as I say, I'm not a linguist.
Not even a cunning one.
No comment. This is a family-friendly channel. Not
it?
that sort of channel, as they say on the.
So we've been talking about alcohol.
I think talking about the different sort of family-friendly, I guess.
Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah, actually,
Oh, dear.
it's okay. Hypothetically speaking, if you were a film that was being rated, what rating would you end up with if there was a load of talk of alcohol in it?
I know that alcohol does come under the rating.
Is that talk or drinking, though?
I don't know.
Okay, Tempe. Well, let's catch you later.
It's-
Thanks for joining.
Drinking alcohol, it's basically its consumption and use of is what they're really bothered about in films,
Right.
according to the internet.
So discussion, absolutely fine.
Well,
Probably not.
I suspect that it'll be one where if you just talk about it, then it's the way in which you're talking about it. That
Yeah, if you go,
affects the-
wow, let's get absolutely hammered and smashed and wasted, this is amazing, woo, then it'll be judged more harshly than if it's sort of, don't drink
just
it.
discussing brewing techniques, for example.
And that makes there's a certain amount of logical sense in there, which makes a change for this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Have I now got all of these belts upgraded? No. Found some more. Oh, there's a load of splitters here as well. Oh, I've run out of splitters. Damn it. Well, that's going to limit things a bit, isn't it? Ooh, where are those guys going? Okay, over there. Pull that up. and pull up all of that. And then I can put in another underground up here. Like that. Okay, pull up more of this then.
Okay, if Mark asks, I found the Nexus ship just floating free in space. He's asked me to return it the way I found it, so I found with bits missing off it.
You're going to be popular, aren't you?
You say that like I'm not already popular.
I do. This feels ridiculous, a little bit silly, but I have loads and loads of underground, purple underground belts, and I've run out of purple normal belts, so I'm just replacing large chunks of long straight belts with underground bits. There we go. And I can just dump all the stuff I picked up from doing that.
Is that the whole I haven't got enough, therefore? Yeah, I hate it when that happens.
I haven't got enough, so I'll harvest some that's been used for other things. Actually, a lot of this could be downgraded to blue because it's coming out of that area, but never mind. It was easier just to drag an upgrade planner over the whole thing. Right, how am I doing with... oh, blimey, there's a lot of stuff up here that hasn't been built. Look at the cogs disappear. Lovely. And down there. Yeah, lovely.
Happily watching more... naquium mines come online.
Excellent. Yeah,
There
we have
go.
I was going to say we have a voracious appetite for that, but we actually don't at the moment because we can't do any of the research because we don't have any of the other things. What are we missing? We're missing something because we're missing all of the advanced science packs. So. Okay, there's 22 more belts somewhere on this planet that I have not upgraded yet. That's probably one of them. Have I run out? No, I haven't run out. What is that? Oh no, it's a splitter that I haven't upgraded. Okay, that's fine. It's on the ice supply anyway, so that's probably all right. Okay, so that is stage 1 complete of the upgrades that I was going to do. The next stage is to put in more trains, and get more stuff being transported around that way. Because as you'll notice now, having done that, all of these stations are empty, and so we're not actually getting... Well, we're going to get a bit more stuff out, probably, because we've got a bit more... we've got the extra productivity, at least it's in some of the places. So, can I just copy this train? I would like the train, please, and I suppose I need fuel for it, actually, technically. Ooh, I could just put these in the stations. So put one there. It'll get automatically fueled. Now the question is, do we have the train parts? The answer appears to be no. We have a locomotive, but no wagons. I think I have some wagons in my spaceship. But they might be space ones. I have some space wagons, but that's no use. I think I found some more belts that were waiting for upgrades. Right, there we go. Right. Spaceship, do you have any trains? No! Got some rail, but no trains. Bother. Oh no, here we go. I do have some trains. Or train pieces. I don't need all these blue belts. Those can all just go. Right. And from here, what's it getting? It's locomotives. Right. Ride again. And head up here. I don't know if I guess yeah, PG-13 for a film that, or for a film that's where alcohol is a major component of it. Seems absolutely fair. I guess it depends to a slight extent whether the whether it's just sort of one small element of things going on, like if there's a dinner scene in the film and people are having a glass of wine with it, or if it's students getting plastered at a party, because those two feel very different. But then I think at that point it's not necessarily the alcohol consumption that's what's causing the rating. Right, just go. I don't care. Okay, destinations are full. That's surprising. So does that mean I don't have enough stacker space down here? Because down here... Oh, wait, we're going to be doing a mathsy thing here, aren't we? Oh, wait. No, we're not. We're saying set train limit to... Oh, there's an L coming in from here, where we're dividing by 3,200. Okay, so we've... Right, so we're a bit short of... So the problem we have is the trains aren't going out to the stations because the stations don't have enough actual... This one's calling for 2 trains. It's going to be rather difficult to tell. So we do have lots of trains going out to lots of stations, but they won't go to a station unless there's unless there's enough in there for them to pick up a full load, which makes sense, but is also slightly annoying. Maybe this means I need to put in more vulcanite mines. Not just to sort of to make sure that we're producing it quickly. Not even to make sure that we're producing it quickly enough, but more to just make sure that we've got enough in storage so that we can call out the number of trains we want to be calling for. There's some good patches along here. There's 10 million there, 11 and 9 up there. How big are the ones I've already tapped? We've got 17, 19. These are bigger. I don't know how big they were when I first tapped them, but they will obviously have been bigger than they are now. But yeah, I could come along here, move these rails in a little bit, put in some extra mines along here, and slap stuff in that way. Yeah, let's do that, and then I'll be able to have a few more of these trains like this one here, and get everything working, hopefully a bit more quickly. Because at the moment, I've upgraded the middle of the system, and I haven't upgraded the top or bottom. So, also this is, I don't know. Right, so I'm going to need a load of. I am going to want those blue belts I had before. I'm going to want some of them. They're probably not that many. In fact, not even remotely that many. I'm going to want lots of them, and I'm still probably not going to have enough. I'm going to want a bit of rail. I'm not going to want any purple belts. I'm not going to want any space belts or loaders. And I am going to want lots of blue belts. We'll use the blue belts because why not? We've got
I'm going
loads.
to cause some lag.
Okay. Ka-chonk. So you reckon this channel would be rated 15 for alcohol discussion or content, alcohol and innuendo? Okay. Yeah, I guess there's a bit of innuendo. I always wonder with innuendo how highly it should be rated, because in theory, if you understand it, then it's too late and you're already corrupt. It's like Panto, which is intended as a family show, but is very, very full of innuendo. Oh, don't tell me I don't have any cliff explosives. I don't have any cliff explosives. Yeah, exactly. And I don't feel... And Pantos aren't. Pantos are intended for everyone. Content-wise, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly not intended for children. I suspect your average child would not be particularly interested in Factorio. However, I suspect a child could watch my channel without becoming severely corrupted, except perhaps in the areas of puns and terrible jokes. And yeah,
I've
rating.
discovered that my equipment grid, with a single big personal battery, the output rate of that isn't enough to keep my lasers firing, even if it still has charge remaining.
Right. That makes sense. A battery can only discharge at a certain rate. Come on, bots. Charge up. I know you've been flying a long way, but charge. There we go. Oh, cannot insert stone, inventory full. Okay, we'll blow some stuff up and then it'll probably be alright. Of course, pantos probably have an element of it. They're considered a traditional entertainment thing, and therefore they get to skirt the rules. Like a lot of films, if they're made by a major studio and the studio doesn't want them to be an 18 or a 15 or whatever, they will often get a slightly more lenient rating because of, well, corruption basically. But also with pantos being a sort of a traditional thing, everyone goes, oh, it's just a panto. That's fine, even if it's something that would in any other medium would probably be frowned on. So that was the signal. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so my inventory's still full. Right, so here we now need drills, lots of drills. I feel like I should do them vertically, but I'm not going to, because it's sort of a longer stripes of them that way, but I'm not going to. Hello, Sophia. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, where I am, as you can tell, building more vulcanite mines, because we seem to be getting through this stuff rather quickly, because it's used in every single remotely exotic thing in huge quantity. That's wrong. Don't put that there.
If it makes you feel better, I'm doing the same for cryonite.
Oh, good. That makes a lot of sense, because they're kind of equivalent in a way, aren't
Equivalent, yeah.
they? So, hot and cold rocks.
Now, having said that, I'm building one more to replace the one that is slightly worn out. Because it was
one more mine.
Yeah, a new mine to replace the old mine. Well, I haven't tapped every core seam, so I possibly have been doing that. But I'm out of big pylons, so I don't want to build at long distance. I've forgotten how annoying it is building on a rocky planet like this. Yeah, I'm expanding out, not so much because of the mines are running out, but because the mines are have insufficient throughput. Ah.
Oh dear, I didn't bring any signals. Oh well, I can deal with that later. Right, so now I can copy a station like this one. That was the wrong button. Now I can copy a station like that. That's a silly one. Let's copy a nice one like this one. So I want all of this. Oh, and actually that's not quite such a nice one. Is this a nice station? No, there's another load of stuff flowing through the middle of it. Oh well, I'll get rid of it afterwards. So I'll copy all of that. Boom. I don't want this bit. Oh, there we go. I can get rid of the red belts and I can get rid of the red undergrounds, and then they're all gone. Nice. So I'll create that. Is that blueprint suitable? I think that's quite suitable. We'll use that. And that can be put in over here. I guess I could put it there. No reason not to, really, is there? It's slightly weird, but I don't see that being a serious problem. Okay, it means we can't extend the railway from there, but never mind. I don't care. There's other ways to get to here. Fly, please. There we go. Right, and then from here, now we can use all these blue belts I've been gathering. So down here we have a blue belt from there, like that. And I'm going to use the shift drag because there are a lot of rocks on this planet. And if I don't do a shift drag, then I'll just end up with a load of underground belts in silly places.
About to cause lag again.
Okay. Wow, you're not kidding about that. That was several lag.
Oh, it's looking like a non-central one.
Oh dear.
Oh, found it. Wasn't too far off central.
Place the belt for a copy. Oh yeah, on between the mines. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. Oh well. Yeah, this is what I was trying to avoid happening. This sort of stupidity. There we go. And then up here, we want to go up here. Round that. Round that. All that. Right, how many of these belts can I get in sensible places? Alright, so what do I have? Yes, I've got blue. Excellent, I do have blue loaders, so I can put in a stripe of them there, and then. Did you just wheel, just do one really, really big hit on that rock, to destroy it? It felt like you did. Oh, there we go. Infantry is always a problem. Maybe I should have been using those. Maybe I should be upgrading to the next tier of spacesuits so I get the extra 10 on the inventory. 10 slots on the inventory, that is. And then down here, we have a couple of inputs down here. There and in there. Lovely. And it would help if all of these were pointing in the right direction. There we go. And oh, it'd help if there wasn't a load of stone on there as well. So let's grab that off and put that into here. Right, there we go. Drilling has commenced. Oh, belting has not finished. Okay, Mark. Well, thanks for sticking around, even if you couldn't actually join in with the game. And I can't promise that Mike will behave with your spaceship, I'm afraid. Some recovery, maybe. He's probably going to abandon it somewhere between Fenestra and the real universe, because that seems to be what he does.
It's fine. How would I ever, do anything bad with it? Anyway, have a good one, Mark. Have fun. Half your spaceship is in. Well, you'll figure it out. It's fine.
And I don't have any signals, so this is going to cause problems later. Let's go and get some signals now, so that I don't cause problems later. You're not supposed to drink neat alcohol, Persistent. Jeez. I thought you'd know better than that, being a chemist. It's when it's mixed with other things that it becomes delicious. Yeah, I'm sure I've got loads. Yes, I've got loads of signals. That was some rail, but never mind. Take loads of signals. Since there seem to be some gaps down there, there are a load of ghost signals, and we don't want ghost signals. Back up again and get that one finished off, and then we can get some more. And then there's another 2 patches up here, and hopefully now that I've done it a couple of times, or now that I've set it up once, I'll have all the bits and pieces I need to set up the rest of them. But we shall see how that goes. So that's my first one. Then I guess I need to do the same sort of thing with the rail along here. So let's go from here up to here, through here. Yeah, that's far enough. And back out here. Noise. Well,
have you upgraded vulcanite to tier 6 modules?
To an extent. I didn't have enough modules, but I did a bit of it.
Yeah, Cryonite could probably do with that at some point. It's on tier 3s.
Right, tier 6 modules are not a luxury we have. At least not in large quantities.
Not at the moment,
no. Go on, imagine okay, yes, I know you said alcohol, but I'm now picturing, from what Persistent said, I'm picturing mixing vodka with mixing vodka with water to make it a little bit more drinkable. That sounds like a horrific idea.
To make the vodka more drinkable or the water more drinkable?
Up to you.
And I suppose it doesn't really matter which way you go with that, because both of them are going to happen, aren't they?
Yes. I would remind you the conversation we were having yesterday on Al's server about. So he'd found some product that was being advertised on the internet, and it said it was a product you could. I think it was for adding to swimming pools from the screenshot he took, and it said that that you could add it to decrease. Was it? To reduce, no, to raise. You could use it would raise pH without increasing alkalinity.
Yes.
No, without affecting alkalinity.
Yes. Leaving you with questions about does this person understand what an acid and a base are?
Affecting with an E, in case that matters.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure that was just extra ignorance on the part of the person who wrote it.
That does sound like, grammar Nazi doesn't Nazi whatever doesn't understand. Rather than
yes. Oh, however, it did mean I was able to come up with a way to define that. So if you took lemon juice and mixed in pure water, that would increase the it would increase the pH without affecting any alkalinity at all. So you can come up with sufficient grammar or English Naziing, knowing how words work. You can. I was able to make it make sense. It was clearly not what they meant or anything like that, but I was able to massage it into a way that made it into not good English, but at least made it was not. It was no longer incorrect.
Yeah, I can't remember the definitions of pH anymore. So I know that an acid is a proton donor and a base is a proton acceptor and things like that.
7 is neutral. Lower numbers are acidic.
7 is neutral. 1's highly acidic. So, but
yeah. Beyond, if you want it in more detail than that, I can't help. But I know
it's how concentration affects it. If you dilute something, does that change its pH, or do you say it's less concentrated but still strong?
That I am not qualified to answer.
Waiting for Persistent to chime in.
Our tame chemist.
Are any chemists really tame? Strong does not refer to pH, he says. Okay. I need to do the thing with the thing and the thing.
The thing with the place.
It's going to cause lag again.
Whoa.
Yep, so you are.
Where did I put my fluid? There they are. I now have that delightful question of, is 4 sulfuric acid fluid wagons sufficient?
Yeah, well, I went for 1 on the back of the train that brings the naquitite in. I know you're doing it differently to me.
Yeah, I'm rather than having 1 train and then worrying about balancing issues, I'm just going, you know what? We shall have.
You mean you will just have 1 train and worry about balancing issues?
Well, I'll have 2, so I'll have fluid wagons separate on a separate train to the.
Yeah.
Rather than having fluid wagons and naquium on the same thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
My impression is it doesn't use up that much.
No, it was only about. I think I was getting a train load out and certainly using a lot less than a wagon load. I think it was using about. I want to say it used about 5,000 to generate about 10 wagons worth of. Sorry, 8 wagons worth.
Yep, that's fair.
But I'm not certain.
Again, from my perspective, it's very much a case of the fewer trips it needs to do, the better.
100 wagons then.
Within reason.
Do a single trip.
Yeah, and that's roughly why I had quite a big train. I reckon I did. Yeah, because naquium is so voluminous, or naquitite is so voluminous, I wanted to be bringing in large quantities of it with every. I wanted to bring in. I needed a massive train to be able to bring in decent quantities of it. So, hence the 181 train.
Yeah, makes sense.
I thought so.
Track it.
Yep.
Good, thank you. I've run out of space in my trash slots. I'm having to empty out and I have to put down a chest of stone. There we go. That's a little better. Alright, and now from there I will put in the other blueprint here. That. And then...
No.
Hang on, if persistent, if something is 7 and it's still bad for you, presumably it's not bad for you because of its acidity / alkalinity. Because I was under the impression that a pH of 7 basically meant that it wasn't. I mean, obviously I could be wrong about this. I am not a chemist, as we all know. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Right, yeah. I mean, so it's like saying stabbing yourself with a knife must be okay because as long as it's pH 7. I use an extreme silly example for effect, of course. Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, yes, if you're boiling water is a pH 7, and that can be fairly nasty. So that's is certainly an example. And I've dropped a belt onto here somehow. There we go. Right, we now have many more. Oh, I didn't copy the train station names. Damn it. So you are what are you? You're a vulcanite pickup. So we'll give you that name. And then you are also to be vulcanite pickup, not Rundsambot. And so are you. Vulcanite pickup. Right, so that now means that we've got... No, it would mean if I went down... No, if I come down here and finish this off, then we will have a decent chunk more capacity for digging up large amounts of vulcanite and shipping it to wherever it's needed. So this means I can put in quite a few more trains. Lots of things just shouldn't be licked in general, I suspect, Doopy. I mean, don't let me tell you what to do and what not to do, but there's quite a lot of things. Whether they could, I suppose you could argue that everything is something in chemistry. So maybe I'm being overly pedantic.
Surely not.
Yeah, it's very out of character.
I know. Yeah, I mean, it's the classic comment, isn't it? The biggest difference between chemistry and cooking is whether or not you should lick the spoon afterwards.
Yes. You know the texture of everything if you imagine licking it.
Yeah, that's one of those things that gets you banned from multiplayer servers if you say it too loudly. It's like, did you know that your eyes can see your nose?
Oh yes, and well, yeah, there are lots of things like that, and sort of
your tongue is just there in your mouth.
And you're now breathing manually and that sort of thing.
Yeah. And then someone reaches for the kick button.
Oh, I've run out of rails. Oh. Seems to be a running theme of me running out of everything I need for all these builds.
Yeah, I've run out of space transport belts, which is a shame.
I'm not in a place where I can feed you more, I'm afraid.
That's right. I need 100,000 or something. No, sorry, not 100,000. I'm out by a couple of orders of magnitude.
Because
10,000 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Right. I was wondering which way you were going with that.
Yeah, it's a bit too high.
Yeah, a couple of orders of magnitude. If you're asking for 10 million belts, did seem a little bit much.
Yeah, I mean, just the stationary is using 1.5k for the bits that I've done, and it's not finished. I'm trying to minimise throttling. Yeah, I accept I'm not going to stop it completely, but I don't want to find that actually the whole system comes It basically is unable to complete its job purely because.
Gonna cause lag again. Right.
Okay.
That's a lot of stone, but never mind. Norvis can cope with it. The bots are just giving me more stone. I'm trying to get rid of this stuff. Oh, we'll just flood it into that train. It'll be fine. Is that the lot? I think that might be the lot. Right. Okay, let's go and get some more rail. Then I can finish that section off I was just trying to build up then. Oh come on, I'm not that far away. I wouldn't have been that far away if you hadn't lagged. Anyway. Right.
I've stopped causing lag now.
Yeah, oh no, I don't think it's you causing the lag. I think it's just the game being a bit lagular at this point. And look how long it takes to open the menu on the side there. When I open the elevator, then the menu appears, and I can hit ride. So it's a little slow. Okay, fine. Take my cables away from me. Right, so buzz up here. Everything looks very extra purple on this planet now. Partly because I think it's partly because night has fallen, which makes all the colours a little bit darker. But also, all the belts have been upgraded to purple, so now it just adds to the purplishness of the whole planet. I think during the day it's a bit redder than this, but at night it definitely feels purple. So, build this
I've finished fighting, and my battery's still draining.
Oh, because you're recharging your lasers.
20-30 seconds after finishing fighting.
You're charging your lasers, as they say on the internet.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you for letting me know. And
Okay.
thump, there we go. Right, so now the trains can take a slightly less ridiculous route to get down to the areas that actually need all of these supplies. So the next thing to do is okay. What is going on here? What the hell? You know what? I'm not paid enough for this. So somewhere in my history, I've hopefully yes, there we go, another train. So I'll put you there. Build a train and another one up there. Please don't run over. Thank you. Am I in range? Not quite. There we go. Right, so the train gets fueled up now by the loading system there. This one will get fueled up there as well. This one will... oh, it'll go straight past, that's fine. So we need to wait for these to have... Probably 100 fuel in there is going to be sufficient, and then I can send it off to go and get some stuff. So, top that up a little bit. There we go, and go to pick up. Nothing happens. What? How can the destination be? I put in new stations. There should be. I have got bot fueling on them. Eventually they'll get filled up because they'll sit in a station for long enough, and then they'll probably be and that should get rid of it. I think. Vulcanite pickup. Right. So. Okay, there's a train in this station up here, and it is merrily filling up, and we have a train limit of presumably. Oh, we have a train limit of 2, so there should be another one on its way up here. Oh, I appear to have not finished this one off properly. Oh, for goodness sake! And then over here we're completely full, and we are. Why do we have a train limit of 0? What's going on? Oh, I ran out of arithmetic combinators. Oh, bother. Okay. Missing filters on the splitters by the beacons in the Arcalink naquium crushing. I wouldn't like to say one way or the other, to be honest. But it is certainly possible. However, I need some more. At the moment, I need some more arithmetic combinators, and I've apparently run out. And what do I need to make them? I would need copper cable, electric circuits. Am I going to build these from first principles, or are we going to have anything useful on this planet? Let's go and check the spaceship first. I might have some combinators up there. Although I suspect I won't. Signals got module, no, tier 7 modules. No, because it didn't get placed. Well, I didn't have any, so I have to go out there at some point with a purple splitter, and then I'll be able to filter it. No, I don't have any. I don't have any. Okay, back to the other end, and time to start manually smelting stuff. So, let's see. If I take some stone and some copper, I can make... Oh, and some coal. Let's go very, very early game, first principle, burner inserter time. Sorry, burner furnace. So a couple of stone furnaces like that. One to make bricks, one to make copper. You make bricks, you make copper the easy way. Yes. Oh, actually, give me half that back. Okay. Right. We'll give them a moment, and then we can start. Then we can start making the. Then we can start making the combinators. Oh yeah, the speed trap round here. Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, so that's going to be filling it up really, really slowly. Let's just not worry about the speed trap. As long as here we are. A second of inactivity, that should be enough to stop it. Yeah, that should be fine. As long as you've had a second of inactivity, then the train won't leave immediately, so it doesn't matter. I should probably move all these connections down here, to be honest. But yeah, never mind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. I don't think it makes any overall difference really. Although I have to admit, I'm not certain about that. Ooh, notice that some of these belts have stopped. So that presumably means we've now got a decent amount of vulcanite over in Norbit. Let's check that. Either that or the system isn't working properly. Either is possible. No, we now have a decent amount of vulcanite over here. Excellent. The problems are coming to a middle. Yeah. No. Game is running so slowly. Right. There we go. So yeah, I need to come over here and finish off these belts, but properly. So that goes there. No, don't do that. Do what I mean, not what I say. That one's there. Pull up all of those. Give me that. That goes up to here. Yeah, I feel like we're now getting to the point where the game is starting to be difficult to play because of the slowdown. Now maybe that's a because it's running faster on Tristan's computer than it is on mine type of problem. I'm not sure, but it's starting to feel slightly less playable.
Oh, is yours not solidly on 30?
No, I'm on 27 to 29 at the moment.
Ah, okay. I might need to drop it then, because yeah, I'm sitting happily at 30.
Okay. Right, make me an arithmetic combinator. Well, technically I do only need one, but still.
Let me know how that is.
Looks pretty. Oh, I was going to say it looks steady, but it's not. What's it supposed to be at?
We're now at 27 solid.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing 27 with occasional flickers to 27.1, so I think that's probably good.
I'm seeing 27 with occasional flickers to 26.9.
Oh yeah, getting a few of those as well, actually, now you mention it. Alright, let's go and finish off that station, since I forgot halfway through, which is ridiculous. Quick spray of belts. Bots. And belts, to be fair. And pulling up more stone as well, because that is the way on Melancholia. Everything is just covered. There's little rocks everywhere, which is why building without bots would be extremely frustrating, and even building with bots is a little bit frustrating, because it just gets it's rough and irritating and gets everywhere. Right, there we go. Hello. Go. So, oh, did you get your? Yes, you've got your arithmetic boss naminator. Down here, this one is not. There she blows. Bing.
My notes from the things I've done this session have exceeded the 2,000 character limit in Discord.
Is that because you've done a lot or because you've waffled? Because I've had both of those issues myself. I mean, not I'm saying waffling is bad, because it means I'm more likely to. That way, I'm more likely to get the nuances of what you've done.
I'm having a look to see. So I've been a little bit more. I've written a couple of sentences about Kothar and inspecting the production there and so on. Just sort of trying to say this is what I'm seeing. Other than that, it's the standard. Took the Nexus to Brunus.
Okay. Well, congratulations on having had a really productive stream, then, I guess.
Thanks. I don't like it. I'm going to need to go to bed soon. In fairness, it is coming up on 11:15, so
it is.
It genuinely won't be that long.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time out in the sun over the weekend, so which I think seems to have made me fairly tired. So it might be my bedtime before too long as well.
Yeah.
Cool. We're all getting old, aren't we?
Yeah.
Let's put in another train. That's a good idea.
Naquium is backing up through the Arclink storage.
Oh. Okay, awesome. I shall...
Yeah.
In fact, while I'm standing here waiting for that train to fuel up, I shall have a look at Talos and find out why. Because I thought there was enough processing for... Oh, right, yes, it's because we've got enough naquium in ingot form and crystal form over in Norbit, so we've stopped making it. Until we start actually doing science again, and yeah, we're not actually making naquium at the moment because we don't need it. So the system is full. So we need to fix whatever it is. It's the immersite, isn't it? Actually, that's I think probably the problem. Norbit. Let's have a look. Maybe that's why it's been so easy to fix the vulcanite as well. Yeah, we still don't have advanced science wands, presumably because we still just don't have enough immersite in the places it needs to be. Yeah, there's 1,300. Actually, a spaceship has probably just arrived from Taras, so we're about to have some more dropped off. The immersite train has gone, so I think we just don't have the logistic throughput for the immersite from, or at least there is not enough immersite available to the system. I think we're taking it away about as quickly as it's being made, so we probably can't do much with that. Even putting in more trains and more spaceships probably won't help. We've got the...
Yeah, you're saying that the spaceship was waiting, so more spaceships won't help.
Why are you not running? Oh, lack of immersion sulfide. Why is that? Oh, lack of sulfuric acid.
Isn't that the old system?
It is, but I was wondering if we could get this one to kick in as well to add more to it. But no, that only works when it gets iron from a delivery cannon. Yeah.
There's a belt feeding it. Where does that belt come from?
Oh,
the delivery.
Yeah, going into the delivery cannon.
Which I think I might have added.
That comes from... Is this core processing? Oh yeah, this comes from core processing. So why is there no immersite cores being cored? Oh, because we don't... It's a circular problem. We don't have any iron to make acid because we're not processing any cores, because we can't process any cores because we're full of... because we've filled up the... because we've run out of iron.
Presumably the new... are you processing cores in the new system? But that doesn't push the vanilla cores through that old area.
Probably, because there is some iron ore flowing down the trash belt, but not quite.
You could just
as much
put a
as
furnace next to the trash belt and
I'm just following it to find out what's going on. Yeah, so there's a thing over here that collects the iron and makes it into iron and apparently into steel as well. Although the steel doesn't actually get used for anything, it just gets put on the floor. That's presumably going into making sulfuric. There's nothing going into making sulfuric acid there. If we look over here, here we are making sulfuric acid. And yes, we're also tapping iron off here to be made into sulfuric acid as part of the processing system, because we're also doing core processing over here. I wonder if we're stealing all the cores from, or prioritizing the cores. No, this seems to be a thing. Okay, yeah, as you say, well, I think yes. An iron smelter by the trash belt is probably going to be a useful top up for this. I wonder what we've got in the logistics system on this planet in the way of furnaces. We have an advanced furnace. All right, let's use that because then I don't have to worry about how fast it's going to run. Because it will be fast enough, or as fast as possible. I guess I'm going to put you there with a red inserter to load it, and it's not going to be 3 red inserters to load it. Alright, 2 because I've run. Oh no, third one there like that works. Thump, and then you're going to do iron the easy way. And then on the other side we can put in, well, I'll just use a stack inserter, that's nice and simple. If I can find the damn things, there it is. Put it there because I'm lazy, and then we'll have a belt running from here down to, where the hell was it? We needed it, over here. I hope we have all this stuff. Go to there, and then finally another inserter down here. Put it into that. Right, and I should probably put a limiter on that once it's built, but we'll make sure it gets built first. Having done all of that, there's no iron coming through. Oh no, they've got some iron ore there. And here comes a little bit more along here. There is notably there is more on this belt up here, which is a bit of a shame, which we're not going to be able to get at. But hopefully this will be enough to keep the system up and running. So we'll give it a moment or 10, see how we get on. Oh, that's in place now. I can link that into there like that. I'd say only load when there is less than less than. Load when there is less than 1,000, I guess.
It sort of doesn't matter.
No.
I clearly decided I didn't care for the loader input.
For the loader one, yeah. Which is fair, and I don't know whether this prioritises differently on different things. Oh, it started. Things have started to happen. Yeah. We have flow.
I suppose, yeah, you'll prioritise taking it from the self-production side.
Yeah.
Whether that's good or bad.
Don't think it matters. Right, so that can now start flowing. Yeah, if we ever back up, then it will only use the newer system. But if we aren't backed up, it will use the old system as well. So that's probably what we want. Well, probably what we want is to go out here and set up and expand the new system and make it run faster and better and harder and stronger and just generally bigger and better. But that's a rather bigger and harder job. So, yeah. This one, on the other hand, was quite a quick and easy fix. While I'm waiting for this train to fuel up, and then clear off.
Talos appears to have run out of sulfur to send me.
Yeah, I could see how that could happen. It will bring more out on the next spaceship, but since we're not using naquium at the moment, that spaceship isn't going to come out for a while.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, that kind of in quotes doesn't matter because
if we're not using the naquium, we don't need to bring more naquitite in.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Or at the same time, it'd be good to build backlogs given how long this stuff is. That it takes to
Mike,
do. Tristan.
There is some iridium in the stuff that's been brought down from space.
What?
I don't know if that's been there for ages.
It wasn't there at the start of the stream.
Oh, is that because it's...
It's because of the timing sequence to say,
No,
well, I'll just go after... no, wait,
No, because it's
it
empty.
should.
Waits until empty on the first one.
So how is that?
Yeah, these trains are a bit slow.
That must have been past...
I'm also noticing that there is currently no iridium. There appears to maybe be a train jam. Yeah.
Let's have a look. Oh, yep.
Oops.
You have full-on cores there, so that...
Okay, right. So, the train limit that got disabled. Right.
The problem with The problem with having lots and lots of drop-off stations, all with the same name, is I can't tell how many trains are going to which one at any given time. Or at least I don't think I can.
If you mouse over it, it should tell you.
Yeah.
Train limit 0 out of 0. Okay.
That's not fixing it, I'm afraid.
Train limit 2 out of 2. Okay, yeah, I see. Why have you got a train limit of 0? It's because you're full, isn't it? Yeah.
It was the core fragment not having a train limit set that was causing that problem.
Yeah, I was just sending the first one off just to move it away to.
Yeah, it was the one behind that was the problem, because that was effectively stacking on the main line outside.
Yes, but I was assuming there were going to be multiple.
No, there's only 2 trains in that system now. But yeah, I get the idea.
Okay.
But yeah,
Trains.
yeah, it has returned.
The problem with putting in lots and lots of new trains is I've severely overstressed my my processed fuel production system. There's not a huge amount coming through, so when you it's fine when all the trains have been running for a while and aren't taking that much stuff, but it appears that when you put in a load of new ones, suddenly it can't really keep up. Yeah.
And the vulcanite ran out. There we go.
No, that'll be because it was all locked up in the.
Yeah, trains. Right, there we go.
These trains feel painfully slow. I might head over there with boosting stuff at some point.
If you want to.
Yeah,
I saw the iridium ingot train pull off. It was just barely moving.
Yeah, the ones out here on Agnea aren't exactly quick either, and there's quite a lot of congestion around here as well because all the trains have to go through this area. We can get rid of that warning many biters warning now because there aren't. We killed them all with extreme prejudice. Well, I killed them all with extreme prejudice. Right, things are probably better. Yeah, oh yeah, we're running, but there's a problem. They're slowed down a little bit now by the fueling issues over here. Yeah, boosting the trains on Agnea would help a lot. Maybe we can put that on Tristan's to-do list.
Essentially. I'll be finished with the pyramids next session, probably.
There's a little wagon producing system down here. That was unexpected.
Mike, I think the core processing isn't doing anything.
I think you're right.
This is not the first time I've noticed
if you look throughout the
here.
system, you'll see it's all very backed up in a lot of places.
It looks like the
I was noticing that this is backed up on
Mineral
vanilla
water.
core fragments.
mineral
Yes,
water
which is
specifically.
unusual.
Oh, yes.
You need to prioritise your mineral waters properly.
Hmm?
Right, so now we
it's all backed up
which
because
you
it's
have when you come back in again.
come to a stop. And,
It uses about 46 on a run. That's quite a lot.
that will clear itself. It'll take a moment, but it will clear itself.
Okay, so that one's gone now.
Okay.
That presumably means it's fueled up completely. Yes, it has. It's then got stuck there because that train's still leaving.
Just aware that it's using non-cores.
Rather slowly. And then this one can pull in.
Give it a quick boost by doing that. There you are.
So, the question is, what has all of this effort that I've been putting in done to the vulcanite supply rate? So, over the last... let's look back over the last... It's very, very noisy. And it feels like it's gone up a bit. It's certainly gone up from where it was last week, the week before, sort of around here. But I don't feel that what I've been doing today in the last hour or so, which probably means about this much, has really had that much of an effect over the last hour.
Tristan, it's all on block now.
Yeah, I guess it's gone from about this sort of level to about this sort of level. So it's been a bit of an improvement, but that's not as much as I was hoping, given the amount of modules and belt values and all that sort of thing I threw at it. So we're churning through it quite nicely up here. I guess I haven't really increased the productivity that far because I've not been able to increase it in all of the stages, but it's certainly a bit better. And well, there is a load of vulcanite flowing out. We have vulcanite flowing through. all the belts are running at the moment, so obviously we've ripped through quite a bit of it over in orbit in the last mumble time while I wasn't really paying attention. So we're loading all that into the train, and it's going to head over there. So let's have a quick look at Norbit again and see how we're getting on with the vulcanite after all of this fiddling. Let's see. No, it's over here, isn't it? Agnea, there we go. We should have put them in alphabetical order, but that would require a lot of moving spaceports around when we get a new planet. So okay, yeah, we have successfully emptied everything that was in this warehouse. So we're now down to this warehouse is nearly full. It's not actually full, but it's nearly full, and that's pretty good. I think we're probably going to have enough. If we look over here, let's see how the spaceship is doing. And there's lots of stuff here to be put into it, and it is, yeah, it's 90% full now, I'd say, over there. So that's going to be filled up and head off really quite soon. So I think we're probably all right for the vulcanite. We shall have to wait and see how it goes. Over here, the immersite. Well, we are now making it presumably a little bit faster. Let's check that as well. Immerse crystals. And immersite crystal, that one. Well, it's stabilised 4 hours ago fairly nicely. I'm not sure what we did at that point to get it so to be nice and flat. I don't remember any of us doing anything with immersite in the last no time. Maybe this was short lack of demand rather than lack of production. But anyway, in the last hour, well, that's the improvement I made from turning on the old system as well. So we've gone from about 1100 per minute to about 1800 per minute. That's a pretty big jump. As long as that's not pulling from a supply and therefore it's going to slump back down again once we get through it, that's quite a nice improvement. Our current consumption rate is 0 because we don't have any where it belongs. But if we're making it 50% faster, then that should mean that in the not too distant future, we'll be able to launch a ship over. Yeah, this one is also 90% full, so it won't be too long until that departs. This is the one that, as someone was saying earlier, I think it was Mike was saying earlier, has enormous amounts of sand on it, so it takes a long time to fill the spaceship up. Because it stacks up to 200, so that's an extra. So that's many times more swings for the inserters and more belt time to pump it all through. So it's a fairly slow process, but eventually we'll have this ship filled up. So we need another sort of 50, 150, couple of hundred, maybe another, yeah, maybe sort of two more trains after this one, and I reckon they'll be ready to go. So that's not too bad. Is the other ship hanging around here? No, the other ship is on its way in, so it's nearly back. So, immersite, not great, but I've made some significant improvements there, so hopefully that'll help. What else am I looking at? Oh yeah, I need to set this train going. Oh no, this train is already going. It's just waiting to fuel up properly, and it's nearly there. Let's go and see if you can. I'm assuming you can't speed module those fuel processing machines, because by the time you have modules, you're probably supposed to have stopped using them, but we haven't. But I might be able to put some more in.
Can't.
Yeah.
I wanted to before.
I'm virtually certain. Yeah, you can just put fuel into them. But how do you make them? Can I make more with easy stuff? Where is it? It costs a single-cylinder engine, stone brick, and iron plate. So yeah, I could go and smelt up some iron, and then I'll be able to make a couple more of these. I reckon if I double the rate of throughput from that, I might need another chemical plant as well. But that's something I could probably have. It's certainly something I can lose my train of thought over. So it's certainly something I can module if I need to. So down here, let's put in another one of these. So yes, I've got a load of stone, so I'll just make a stone furnace. Why not? They're very, very quick and easy. Do that, and then say I would like a stack of iron ore. We'll put it in there. First you tell it to make iron plates, and then we put the iron ore in there. And I seem to have got some coal from somewhere, which is convenient, because now we can start making some iron ore, some iron plates. Now there's a non-zero chance I have another chem plant in my inventory. No, I don't have another chem plant in my inventory. There's probably one knocking around though, because chemical plants are a thing we use quite a lot of. the nuclear power system over here still appears to have some steam in it, and I'm not quite... Why does it have some steam in it? Where are we generating steam?
You're generating it for the CME.
Probably, but... Oh, we have a tank of it here with approximately none in it. Oh, we have there's a nuclear power plant here that's apparently still basically functional. That's... actually, no, it's not basically functional. It's run out of hot uranium. But there seems to still be a smidge of steam and maybe a smidge of heat. No, yeah, it's still at about 500 degrees. It hasn't quite cooled all the way down yet. Blimey. I should get rid of that, actually, for UPS purposes, because that's going to be horrendous for... well, it's a fluid. It's a big fluid system, so let's just get rid of all of that.
Oh yeah, I should probably do the same on Snowdrop.
Hmm. It is...
That is using it, but it could just use a high temperature one.
Hmm.
And barely any fluid handling.
Yeah. So, blimey, all the way down here. Okay, we'll rip out all of that, and then upsettingly, this is where the roboports are all. Oh no, we're going to lose the power to it as well. Okay, you know what? In fact, let's just delete the whole thing, roboports and all, and then I'll fly over and pick up anything that doesn't get taken by the bots. So, let's do that. See what the bots actually manage, and then I'll deal with the rest of it myself. Do we need a CME battery anymore? I don't really know. I mean, I'm producing... that's the CME power system. We're generating 5 gigawatts over here. I don't know.
No, but it is probably worth moving that up to orbit if you're on that planet.
I am. Just sticking the umbrella in orbit?
Yeah. Because if the elevator goes down for some reason...
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Fair enough. That is a reason. I can accept that. What was I doing? I was waiting for something. Oh yes, iron. Grab some of that, and now it'll allow me to make another another fuel processor, which I can't find again. So I'll just have to search. There we go. And I need another. I need to have 12 iron plates in order to make another one of these. I've got 3. Cook faster. Let's do some deconstruction.
Gonna cause some lag.
You're not kidding.
I don't kid about lag.
Would anyone like some tritium?
No, thank you. It just sounds unhealthy.
Yeah, handcrafting for some of the really early stuff in the game isn't too bad because it's so quick and easy to do. So you might as well. If I chuck tritium into the general disposal system, will it go somewhere sensible? I suppose it will because it'll go into
chest of shame.
Probably. We use tritium for. Stop it. We use tritium for at least one of the personal power supply things, don't we?
Then yeah, it'll probably get used for that because Marc designed it, so it's probably using bots to some extent.
Oh, my inventory's full. I am no longer hungry. Nom, 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 nom. This is the problem with, as I was saying earlier, with destroying anything at all on Agnea. There is so much random stuff. Yeah, I've picked up something radioactive. Is it that? Yes. Do not want. It burns. It burns. Oh, my inventory's full still. I'll get rid of that. And that. More burny stuff. There we go. Why is everything so hot and dangerous? And why is my inventory so full? Mostly blue belts, to be fair. Stop giving me radioactive stuff. It hurts. I mean, not very much because I've got so much armor, but still. I still don't want it. Right, the rest of this should be clean, I think. This is just water and steam related stuff, so I can gather all this up without it hurting. This is a very, very linear generator system.
Oh, I've gone over to Mike's neck of the woods. I mean, orbit round Rexovis.
Ah.
Ah.
There's a load of very confused bots down here that don't know what to do with themselves because
He didn't go to the pyramid planet while he was there.
No, I brought out stuff for building things and not a hydrogen dropship, so unfortunately it wasn't really viable.
It's not a problem. I didn't even realise I was in that system.
Can I pick up bots that just flip?
Fair enough.
I guess I'll just grab these bots manually out of the sky then. Silly things. Yeah, inventory management is being an awkwardness at the moment again because I've picked up too much stuff by demolishing things. Right, let's go and empty all of this out to somewhere sensible. Maybe just send it over to make it Tristan's problem or something like that. Where are all these bots? Oh, I see. All those bots are heading down to try and demolish the stuff that's further down, and then they'll get confused and just float in the air like all of these ones are. Great. Right. So what can I justifiably ditch here? So if I put a box there like that, then I can put any stone I've got into it. And coal as well. And that was blue. That's all blue belts. Okay. Oh yes, of course. The stone has gone into my trash slots, so I'll get that out, put it in. Oh, I can't. I'm full. Oh yeah. Learn to fact. No, that'll do for the moment, I suppose. All the stone goes in the bot. Oh, we haven't got power here. Where was power? Where's power? There's power.
Okay, it's just past 11, so I am going to call it there. Thank you very much for the game.
Okay, we shall catch you next time.
Yeah,
and
catch you next time.
Suspect I won't carry on for an enormous amount more time, but we shall see. Right,
Anyways,
so I put the
night chat.
Yeah, but well, I've got enough health, also. I've got enough something that I wasn't dying from carrying radioactive stuff around, and that's the important thing. So we have this stone disposal belt that is a belt to nowhere. So let's bring it up here, and where's that? I don't even know what that belt is, but what belts have I got? Okay, I've got plenty of blue, so we'll run that from there to there. Just ditch all of the stone and the tritium back into the disposal system, so it can be sent off and be used for something a little bit more useful than just stockpiling it all on this silly planet. What do you guys want? Oh, okay. I thought I brought all the stone back in. Alright, also, over here, we can get rid of some coal, like that. I feel like I could dump all this stuff into the logistics system, and it wouldn't matter too much, but I won't. I will grab some iron plates from there, and then make another fuel processor. No, I won't. I've run out of stone bricks. Yeah, give me control of my character back. There we go. Down here, stone bricks. Right, so now I can... Where is the fuel processor? If I can find the fuel processor... Oh, there it is, fuel processor. I found it now because it lit up and said I could make one. So, now I'll fly up over here and attempt to land in a sensible place. So I suspect this... Oh, it's a fuel refinery that's making the gas into solid fuel. Can that only be done in a fuel refinery, or are there other buildings for that? So what is it? It's fuel cubes. Yeah, these things. So making those from solid fuel. Okay, no, it's a fuel refinery or a big fuel refinery. Okay, that's annoying because that means I now need to also make a fuel refinery, which is that one, and that means a load more. That means I need steel as well, because presumably this isn't running fast. Oh, we'll take modules though. There we go. Be faster. I don't know why I'm using... Okay, we have red belts available. That's good. So do that. We don't need that much. And that goes there, and there, and there, and I suppose there. Put it in there, I guess. That'll then need to be the near side. Do we have yellow bells? Apparently not. Alright, let's upgrade those to reds. Why am I doing that? I did that instead. That's much better. Right, there we go. Oh, there's no power. Right, that should hopefully double the amount. So how fast are you running? You're running at plus 24%. Oh, that's pollution plus 24%. Speed 120%. Right, okay. So that will now double the amount of fuel that's coming out, and hopefully that'll be enough to keep all of my trains a little bit happier. Because I feel like there were quite a lot of them that were just sitting in stations waiting for fuel. What are you waiting for? Oh, you're actually actively unloading. You're going. How much fuel have you got? Now, the worst possible thing to happen would be for a train to actually run out of fuel when it's somewhere out, because it's been a bit starved a bit. So I definitely want to avoid that. But I'm cautiously optimistic that having twice as much fuel coming through is going to be sufficient. I forgot to... Oh, yeah, there's a train out of fuel somewhere. It's on Kothar. Mike, come back here.
I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I'm having a look as well, just out of curiosity. It is indeed a...
It's in the middle of the factory.
In the middle of the factory. Great. Well, I guess that means we're not going to have any iridium for a while. Okay, that hopefully will work. Hopefully there'll be some fuel somewhere in the system that can be grabbed. It's kind of ironic that just as I was saying, yes, I'm going to do this to make sure we don't run out of fuel, Mike ran out of fuel. So, that doesn't actually need to be upgraded, but I feel like I want it to be consistent. Okay. Oh, we've got enough vulcanite back over in Norbit again, because these belts are stopped flowing. Nice. Right. So the other thing I've been doing around here is just gathering up large amounts of junk with the intention of taking it back. If I just chuck it into the spaceship, it'll all get sorted out, won't it? All sort of the nuclear reactors and stuff like that. It'll get so I can just chuck it into this normal disposal system.
Yeah, as long as the top of the elevator sorts it out correctly.
Let's have a look. Don't land on the train. No train surfing. Yeah, blacklist there and feed anything through there.
If you've got blacklist loaded inserters, then
yeah.
You're fine.
Cool. Right, so in here we'll get rid of all of those, all of that, and that. And I've got a load of enormous quantity of steel pipes to get rid of. Duct. Right, that looks a little less ridiculous in my inventory now. Yep, that seems exactly regular. You're you read my mind. So now back down here again. So somewhere down here, it's very dark. There's probably a lot of stranded bots that are just standing around going, well, I don't know. I came down here to pick some stuff up, and then I lost signal to absolutely everything. Yes, like that. All these guys. Grab them in a minute. For now, all of that. There, where you guys? Oh, okay, there's a bit more junk on the floor. And once again, we have a load of bots that are just stuck hovering in the air because they're not. I don't know. I mean, I know it's sort of slightly silly to demolish roboports and expect bots to go out and, well, demolish the roboports and everything around them, and you need to be a little bit more careful than that. But it still feels a bit. Oops, wrong button. It feels a bit daft that they've ended up like this. I thought they would just start limping back very, very slowly to whatever other roboports were on the planet, but apparently not.
They normally do.
Yeah, so I don't know why these guys are just sitting here like lemons. Bobbing along gently. Oh, maybe there isn't. Maybe there's no yellow storage boxes to put stuff in. That's a possibility. And so it's not because the roboports have gone, it's because they don't know where to go. I don't know. I'm kind of making that up as I go along. Right, all this stuff then. Now, I probably should tidy it all up as well, but if I do, it's going to burn. So I'll take that instead. That doesn't burn. I could demolish all of this, I guess. At this point, this isn't UPS saving. This is just tidying up after myself. Or tidying the area up a little bit. Wow, that's quite long. Is this full of stone still? I thought I tried to put that onto a disposal. I did put it onto a disposal belt. Oh, is it just flowing through that slowly? Yes, it is. Yellow belts are ridiculously slow, of course. Stop flying for a second. Right, and demolish all of this from here to here, so I don't get burned, basically. And not the yellow belt is particular. I suppose yellow belt can be upgraded to better belts, so it's mildly useful, very very mildly, not especially useful, but we can just send it back and dispose of it. Oh, okay. The other bots are helping. Lovely little bot cloud. I wonder if they're charging up quickly enough, or if I'm about to get all of my bots running out of battery at about the same time, because, well, they all launched at about the same time. Guess we'll find out. Oh, no, we won't find out. We've got to the bottom. I've just got a nice bot halo now. That's a lot of bots following me. I didn't even know I had that many. Oh, my inventory's full. Ah, put that there. I've left a little pile of bots on the floor. Let's pick those up. Yes, good bots. Pick the bot. Oh, fine. Get rid of those as well. Right, now I can go and dump some more stuff into the train system. So just up here, and we'll go right. You. Congratulations, it's a large quantity of yellow belts and some blue belts as well, because I've got far too many of these. And many bots as well. You can have some steel plates. I don't need. Oh, actually, I wanted to do something. Oh no, it's the fuel refinery. I don't need a fuel refinery. Don't need solid fuel. Got another one of these for some reason. Get rid of that. I've got a lot of bots. I'll get rid of those in a moment by putting them into a roboport, because that's a more useful place to put them. I'm probably getting rid of more of this stuff than I realistically should do, but I just want to empty out my inventory a little bit, because it's filled. Once again, it is filled up with stuff that I don't really want. There we go. I think that'll do. It can all go into the train and be disposed of appropriately elsewhere. Okay. Oh yes, I was going to move the umbrella up into orbit as well. I suppose, yeah, if I'm going to remove the umbrella, I might as well remove this system here as well, because there's no point in having an umbrella battery if you don't have an umbrella anymore. Might as well remove all of this stuff as well. And again, that's going to be removing a lot of things that do a lot of fluid. Well, in theory, could do a lot of fluid calculations. Most of the time, they're presumably not, because they're just going to be sitting there idling and not needing to produce any power. But then we are producing a tiny amount of power from this area, because the umbrella has a small amount of idle power draw, and I've gathered up a lot of stone I didn't need to gather up as well, but never mind. So gather up all this stuff. And I saw a load of bots come over from the main base then, so we're going to have a lot of stuff in the inventory of the space station, for want of a better word. No, in the inventory of the outpost. So I'll tidy that up too. We want to get rid of those. Just clear all of this stuff out. And apparently a load of stone. Yeah, put that all in there. There we go. Just don't get close enough to one of those; it'll get taken away. We don't want to do that. Can we take those, please? They're difficult to pick up. I guess they're really heavy. Right, so now I think if I go up this way, I've got a sort of disposal system here that's running onto... Okay, I've got a sort of disposal system that's running onto the belts, but not a very good one. What I actually want... So what I want to do here, I think, is put down another warehouse like this. And with a loader. And then this can just be an ongoing project. So in here, we'll put all the stuff that we want to take away, like all of that and all of that, all this stone. All of this stone as well. And those bricks. And then I can also have a bit of a look in some of these and say, well, yeah, we don't need any of those. We don't need solar anymore. We can turn that into something a bit more useful somewhere else. So put all of this into here. And then if we look in this one, we've got pulverizers out the... No, well, actually, we'll leave the pulverizers out here in case I do another upgrade. I don't think we need basic beacons. We certainly don't need rocket parts. We don't need meteor defense ammo over here. Rail is a useful thing to have. The ducts we don't need any... Oh, God. I didn't want to do that. Oh, well, let's get rid of the stuff I absolutely don't want. Let's stop flying as well. Let's put stuff I absolutely don't want into here, like basic beacons, those, that. That I need to put down up in space, so I don't want to ditch that. Don't want tier 2 modules, they're basically useless. So yellow belts. I've got a lot of storage warehouses all of a sudden. Let's get rid of those. And a lot of just warehouses as well. Don't need those. Actually, some of these can go back in. All of these should be storage. Actually, these should all be storage warehouses. Let's take those back. And oh, these ones are. But some of them aren't. We'd like to be able to claim stuff from these if we don't need it. All right. Got a load of heat shield tiles. Those can go. And plastic and wood and iron ore. And I'll have the combinator. Some of this stuff is not valuable, but at least mildly useful. Some of it is just absolute trash. That's going to be fun when it arrives at the other end. Don't need delivery cannons. Suddenly I've got a lot of signal receivers and transmitters, though, but then those are quite useful. So you know, I won't complain about that too much. Got a lot of pipes. Okay, Pete. This has not been perhaps. It's been a slightly quiet moment of the stream that you joined for because I've been going through just doing a little bit of tidying. But yeah, we'll be back with normal levels of excitement. Well, in the videos and everything else to come, I suppose. So thanks for joining. Catch you later. What else have we got in here? I think that's about as much tidying as I can be bothered to do. We'll grab that and all these. It's because the problem is when you multiple click with in your inventory, everything moves up so you don't accidentally put the wrong thing. So you don't click on a blank space in it. That doesn't happen when you're doing it with a with the warehouse, and I keep forgetting that, and muscle memory betrays me. So still a lot of warehouses. I still don't need that many of them. Okay, I think that's enough tidying up in these warehouses. Oh, actually, let's take the wood. Ooh, I found a load of space scaffolding. I say a load of space scaffolding. It's like
early game loads,
yeah,
rather than late game loads.
Yeah, pretty much. It's less than 2,000. Right, that's tidied that up a bit. We've now got a steady stream of absolute nonsense coming through on the belt over there, but you know we have a disposal system that can deal with it, so that's fine. Go down here, ride back up again. I think over here the vulcanite is now working well enough. Ideally, it'd be nice to come back with a load more of the better speed productivity modules and do a bit of an upgrade there. But mostly, I think things are probably okay. While I'm here, I will, however, put in that I'll put the umbrella defense back in because it'd be extremely embarrassing if I removed it and then forgot to put it back in again and my planet got destroyed. Oh, I was going to donate a load of bots back to the cores down there. How many have we got up here? 14 in. Okay, well you can have a bit of a top up. Yeah, I picked up quite a lot of the construction bots from that planet, so I'm just going to go and put a few of them back. Two stacks is probably enough for me. Bonk. Okay. what is next? That's the big question. So let's have a look at the graph down on Norvis, because that's always a good way of telling at a quick glance where the crises are and what we need to think about. So over here we can see we've got some crises. Let's turn the lights on so we can see a little bit better. Okay, so we're still short of holmium and iridium and vitamelange extract, but the vulcanite is now caught up nicely. The cryonite is doing pretty well. We seem to have some immersite crystals and at least a bit of immersium plate, and we have loads of naquium. So things have got a lot better than they were earlier. I guess the big question is, are we making those control unit things that were the problem? And also, where do we make them?
They're near the display.
Oh, okay.
Vaguely. That's
there we
they're
go.
above
This
the.
one. Yeah, here we go. Found them.
Branch there.
Yeah, so those are being made at the moment. The immersite crystals are flowing in at a suitable rate. They're being made. There's almost 6,000 immersite crystals there. That's not too bad, I guess. They're flowing up. They're filling up a train. The train is less than half full. Okay. No, Deep Space Science 1 catalog's gone as well.
Quad modules to tier 6s.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
Can't yet.
Oh yeah, we've run out of Deep Space 1 catalogues. That's an interesting problem to have. Let's go and investigate that. That is not an Agnea thing. That is a Norbit thing. Let's go to Norbit. And Deep Space Science 1, why is that running out? Is that because these... That's probably because these also require... Oh no, they require quantum... Okay, it's quantum processors, basically. As is traditional. But yeah, you're right. The Deep Space Science catalogues have run out because we're not getting in any of these, which we're not getting any of, because we're still not getting any quantum processors through. And I didn't think of looking at quantum processors today, even though that's been something I've been grumbling about for every stream for the last I don't know how long, and sort of poking at it. What are you short of this time? Blue circuits. Huh.
Holmium.
Oh, okay. How's the holmium going?
I'm assuming it's filling up buffers somewhere. Because the supply is solid now. Other than I'm trying to get the train moving more often.
The last 10 minutes, we produced 711 holmiums and we used 460 of them. So we did produce more than we used in the last hour. 42k, 32k. So yeah, for the last hour, 10,000 have gone into storage somewhere.
10 hours, 6,000.
Right. So
50 hours, not so much.
Okay. So yeah, they've gone somewhere.
If you look at the 10-hour production graph, you can see it's spiky, but there's steps. It's climbing up.
Yeah, right at the beginning
rate.
of it, yeah. And then there's some dips, which I think I commented on. I remember commenting on... That's beryllium. Let's turn off the other ones, because I can't tell which one I'm looking at. There we go. Oh, yeah, yes, I see what you mean. So it's gone from 450-ish to 550-ish to 700-ish. Maybe 750 if I'm being... No, it says 700, I call that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that is definitely an improvement. Awesome. And
yeah, the input ingredients that need to be brought from Norvis are solid now. The stone I've got a full warehouse of buffer.
That's good.
And my current issue is that's backing up now and blocking the train from unloading as much as I'd like.
Right. Okay.
I've lowered the request amount because that warehouse I've got a warehouse that doesn't get counted in the amount that Norvis thinks it has.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
Deliberately, so it can just because if I requested enough to fill everything up in the first place, then the spaceship would have overfilled.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. So it does look like holmium is probably going to be okay, but not just yet, as they say.
Yeah.
So is the holmium holmium and immersite is the root of all of our problems, I think. So the advanced science isn't happening because of the immersite, although that's potentially fixed. We're certainly making at least a bit of it. The Deep Space Science 1 is not going to be... Well, we're going to run out of catalogues eventually.
How's heat shielding now? up in Norbit.
Sorry, I just noticed we're actually completely out of Deep Space One catalogue, so we're going to run out of all the Deep Space Sciences fairly soon. Heat shielding there is none.
Okay, that's iridium.
Right. Okay.
Or the old way of making it, because there's the new way using iridium.
Yes. So we've run out of iridium, we've run out of imersite, we've run out of holmium, but at least hopefully some of those are sort of topping up. Hopefully.
Whichever the bus. I think we've probably just had some heat shielding turn up on Norvis because there was a bus station alert that has gone away.
Right. Okay. There is actually still a little bit of heat shielding left in the in the scaffolding production, but it is running out quickly in front of my very eyes. But it hasn't quite run out yet, which suggests that the heat shield supply up here ran out relatively recently.
Okay, so that implies that the old heat shield production is almost fast enough.
Yeah, I could believe that because we weren't seeing too many issues with it. It was struggling, but it was still things were sort of mostly working.
It's only struggling because certain people want 50 million
Bajillions of
scaffolding.
Yeah. Yes.
Which is fair enough because it's needed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Okay. It's 11:30.
I'm going to cause some lag before that.
Okay. I shall start talking about what we've done. So if I can remember. So I've improved things over on Agnaia. We've now got a decent amounts of vulcanite flowing through, or a bit more vulcanite flowing through. Talos has had some improvements to the naquium processing, and now we have Mike shipping over huge quantities of. Or sufficient quantities of naquitite over to here. Sufficient because it's all backed up, but we now have enough of everything we need around here, with the possible exception of sulfur, because that's all getting shipped over to off to Melancholia. But the naquium is working, except that we can't. We stopped flowing because we've got enough of it. So we're going to have to. Hopefully, we'll get a bit more imersite and a bit more holmium next week, and we'll be able to get. And this will all be able to start running, because I kind of want to see the naquium running flat out and just find out whether it can actually keep up, because there's a huge amount. There's lots of production here. We've doubled we're hopefully in the process of doubling the supply, and so I feel like it should be able to run fairly quickly. But I guess we'll see. We'll get it up and running fairly soon once the other things are sorted. So that's I've been doing other stuff as well, but I can't remember what any of it was now, because it was somewhere between 0 and 4 hours ago, and apparently I can't remember things over that sort of time period. So but thank you very much for watching. I shall be back on Wednesday when I shall be playing some more Satisfactory. I'm still working on the sort of the intermediate things that Satisfactory kind of uses in the same way that Factorio uses science packs, and so those are quite interesting because it's an opportunity to put lots of construction together, and now there's not so much new tech as just putting things together in new ways to produce stuff. So if you enjoy seeing me making spaghetti but want to see it in 3D, then Wednesday will be an excellent stream to come along to. The usual catch-up videos will happen at the weekend. There will be an extra one during this week because there should be a third part from last week's videos, but because I was away, that's going to be coming out hopefully tomorrow if I have time to finish it off by then. If not, it'll come out on Thursday. And then next week, I think if next week is the week I think it is, let me just check my calendar. I think there will be a Factorio stream on the Monday as normal. However, yes, there is not going to be a Satisfactory stream a week on Wednesday. That's the 12th. However, things will continue as normal the week after that. Right, so as always, there is loads of stuff happening on the channel. So thank you for all the people who followed in the last hour or so. Ray Gamer and Ismail, thank you very much for the follows. I'll be back again on Wednesday, and if you've subscribed to the YouTube channel as well, then you'll see all the videos I'm talking about and all that other fun stuff as well. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the show, and I shall see you on Wednesday and next Monday as well. Bye.
Bye.
Good night, Regular. Good night, Doopy, and everyone else who's still here. Thanks for watching.